addiction-related care.
Police say multiple people have been shot at the Grand Sierra Casino in Reno, Nevada. A suspect's in custody. President Trump slashing the 50 days he gave Russia's Vladimir Putin to work out a Ukraine ceasefire deal.
I'd say 10 to 12 days. I'll announce it probably tonight or tomorrow. But there's no reason to wait. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait?
And the president in Scotland urged Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu to get food into Gaza, and he suggested a U.S. role.
We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
And welcome back to the show as part of our Aging Gracefully series sponsored by Mosaic. I want you to meet Denise Mortati. She's been practicing estate planning law in our area for a long time. She also knows a lot about elder law, and we're having our conversation about this because, after all, the legal aspects of planning for our aging tend to prey on people's minds. Sometimes, I think, unnecessarily so, but they do. And at 203-333-9422, you can call me at 203-333-9422 right now with your questions. Denise will do her best to answer them. Hello, Denise Mortati. Welcome to the show today. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. So I just want to hear, let's just begin, Denise, because everybody practices law a different way. I'm just curious, when a single elderly person or a couple come and they want to speak to you about generally estate planning, do you have a philosophy that you share with them about the best approach? How do you go about being a counselor for this kind of a question?
Yeah, I do. My feeling about it is that everyone has to have at least a few documents in place in order for their families to be able to help them moving forward. So I always recommend, at the very least, that they have a last will and testament, which allows for the distribution of their estate, their assets, after they pass away. And then, of course, I also recommend having a durable power of attorney, which allows someone to be able to step into their shoes to help them manage their finances, access their funds to pay bills, and so on, in the event that they're ever incapacitated. And then advanced health care directives, which is for medical decisions. You put your end-of-life care decisions in that document, as well as an agent to be able to make them if you can't make them for yourself anymore. And I tell people that it's really important because you want to be the one to make those choices for yourself. You don't want to have somebody, petition the court in order to be, your conservator. It's easier if you have the documents in place. And as far as a will, you want to be able to decide who does get your assets after you pass away.
I think the most important thing in a will is actually who your executor is, personally, because I think most people know who they want to give things to, but they have real trouble, for good reason sometimes, thinking about who's going to step in their shoes and mop up their life and basically implement their wishes. I think it's really hard for people a lot of times. They don't have somebody.
Yes, that is true. And, oftentimes it can be a family member, but it can also be a close personal friend. It can even be a professional, like an attorney or an accountant or somebody else to step into that role. There are people that really can step forward on a professional level and be paid for those services as well.
Yeah, I know. 203-333-9422. We're chatting with a professional estate planning and elder law attorney, and you can call with your own questions if you have them right now. You can call me at 203-333-9422. So, Denise, I'm curious, when people say to you, help me, will you do it? Do you like to do it as an attorney, or do you try and not do it?
To
become someone's executor.
I used to step into that role quite a bit, but I found now, more recently, that it is very time consuming. It could
Very.
become almost a full-time job.
Correct.
So I tend not to do that anymore.
Yeah.
But I often will recommend other people that can handle that role.
Oh, that's good that you know people to do that. In 30 years of practice, I only was I persuaded, and believe me, she had to persuade me. She was an only child. She had no children. She was a widow. All of the onlys. She had nobody. And she begged me to do it. So I did it. But like you, I mean, it's just a hard thing to do. You take over somebody else's life. It's a hard thing to do. It is. It takes up a lot of time.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
It is. So I get asked all the time this question, all the time. Do I need a living trust? Under what circumstances here in Connecticut do you say yes, Denise?
So my feeling about living trusts, and I know that they are very popular, it really depends on what the client, is trying to achieve. Living trusts can help quite a bit to minimize probate. Because the assets that are in the trust don't go through the probate process. You put them into the trust, and then the trust controls how they get distributed at the end of the day. So it's very helpful from that point of view. It could also help in the event of incapacity because you've named somebody as a trustee or a backup trustee, if you're the initial trustee, to step into your shoes in the event you're incapacitated and then after your death. So it can be very helpful to have somebody be able to manage those and not really even have to worry about a power of attorney when you have somebody to act in that capacity. So
Well,
I look I look to see if that's what if what they're really interested in is trying to minimize probate for their family and not have to deal so much with the court and the paperwork. And to see what their thoughts are about moving forward in the event that they're incapacitated.
We're chatting with Denise Mortati. A lot of that really has to do with, I think it very much depends, and I think a lot of it has to do with the relationships in the family, the relationships among the family. Whether or not it's going to be smooth, not smooth, and also the person's willingness to follow through and put the assets in the trust. Because if you just create an empty trust, it does nothing for you. It does nothing. You have to put the assets in the trust.
And I've seen a lot of that, yes.
Right.
I've seen quite a bit of people who come to me who have existing trusts, and they have not moved any assets.
Right.
I do try to help my clients to actually move the assets. I will work with the financial advisors to move accounts or instruct them, provide them with templates to send to the banks and so on, anything to help them to actually do it. It is time consuming on the front end, but on the back end, it really could be very beneficial.
Yeah, but remember when you say to save probate, we have to be very careful because we don't save money, right? We're not saving money. We're saving some administration. We're saving some delay, but we're not saving taxes. And we're not even saving fees. Right. So you just have to be very careful with that because people think I'm saving probate. That means, I'm saving money. No. You're not saving money. You're saving yourself a process. But again, you're gone. So in any event, 203-333-9422.
And you're saving legal fees too.
Oh, okay. That's fair. You think so? I'm not sure because sometimes people pay so much on the front end. I'm not sure, Denise. I don't know. Depends. Depends what they're paying on the front end, right? Doesn't it sometimes?
I guess that's true.
Yeah. 203-333-9422. We're chatting with Denise Mortati. And if you've got any questions, this is part of our Aging Gracefully series sponsored by Mosaic. Let's talk a little bit about what happens with elder planning, which I feel like in Connecticut we can't talk enough about it because it's a big thing. And one of the things we have in Connecticut is called a duty to support, which essentially means among people that are married to each other, the state of Connecticut takes a position that the married spouse needs to support the other one if the other one goes into a nursing home. So how does that play out for estate planning, Denise? Tell us about that.
Yes. So there are different, well, certainly when you're applying for Medicaid, the spouse that needs the assistance has to have a very small amount of assets. In Connecticut, it's under $1,600. And the spouse that's well, called a community spouse, is allowed to keep some funds. There are different strategies that can be used in estate planning, though, to kind of try to equalize or protect some assets. There are wills that can be created with what's called Medicaid asset protection trusts, which enable spouses to leave assets to one another in a protected trust that doesn't have to be counted for Medicaid purposes. So I look a lot to do things like that for clients. And if they come early enough to me, outside of what the 5-year look-back period is for Medicaid applications, there may be some transfers or gifting that can be done if we feel that we have enough time to do that, or even irrevocable trusts that can be created. But those do have any of those last provisions. You do have to be outside the 5-year look back for gifting and transfers.
Well, more than that, you lose control of your money, and many people are frightened to do that.
Trusts, yes.
Yeah, and transfers, obviously, and transfers. If you're going to give the money to your kids, you have to hope they're going to wink, wink, use it for your benefit if they need to. But people get very nervous about relinquishing the money that they've earned in their lives. I saw that with my grandmother. She was like, my money is my independence. She had no reason not to trust her two daughters. They would have done anything for her. It didn't matter. She wanted her money. And it was, yes. She was never on Medicaid, but I'm just saying as a principle, her money was her independence. There are a lot of people who don't want to relinquish control of their money. They're nervous. They get nervous.
A lot of it has to do with the family dynamics, absolutely, and what you feel comfortable with. I've had many clients say that they earned their money through the course of their lifetime, and if it has to be used to spend on their care, then that's okay with them. And then I have others who feel differently and do feel comfortable making some transfers, and that will work. So really, a lot will depend on the comfort level of the person.
Denise Mortati, we're chatting with an estate planning attorney, 203-333-9422. Have you ever had clients that you had to advise, not particularly to get divorced, but when they looked at the landscape of the law and their own finances, they decided that financially the only way they could manage to have one spouse taken care of under Medicaid was to divorce?
I only had that come up once. Most people really feel very uncomfortable considering that, as you could imagine. And it did come up once. They decided against it, but it would have been beneficial in their case to do it. But again, just like what you're saying about people feeling, uncomfortable about losing control of their funds, some people are uncomfortable with the idea of divorcing their spouse just to serve that purpose.
I had a friend who sent her husband to a facility in New York State that does not have a duty to support rather than divorce him. And in this situation, I'll just be very concrete with our audience so they can understand this. In this situation, the husband was relatively young. He was only 60, and he had developed a frontal lobe kind of dementia. And she was also younger. She was in her 50s. And by the time the dementia was discovered, he had, frankly, gambled away assets, like his brain had gone berserk, and then they realized that he had no money, and also he was in the throes of a terrible disease, degenerative disease. And so the only money that they had was her life savings, and she worked hard. And so she had less than $1 million, but she had money, and she was only in her 50s, towards her future. And the lawyers in Connecticut said, you're going to have to spend down your money and your pension to support him in a nursing home for who knows how long before he dies. And then they were both going to be broke, Denise. But she didn't want to divorce him because it just didn't sit well with her. So her solution was, since he had, at that point, didn't really recognize anybody, she visited him quite often, but she placed him in a facility in New York State and later in Florida, because the duty to support doesn't exist in those states. And she was able to not divorce him, take care of him well on Medicaid, with supplementing a lot from private duty aids from her own money. But at least when he did pass, and it took a few years, she has some money to live. Otherwise, she was going to be broke. Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different states have different eligibility rules.
They do. So tell me a little bit, Denise Mortati. You're an elder plan attorney here. You're a estate planning attorney. When people come to you, your clients, tell me about some of the problems they put at your feet and how you help them.
Well, I I see a lot of problems with family dynamics. What I see quite a bit of is that no matter how many children there seem to be in a family, there's always one child that seems to step up and do the majority of the work in helping the parents. And it's so interesting that when you think about people having multiple children, that some of this would be shared. I don't always see that, which I find very interesting. So there's that, and just oftentimes people are estranged. So parents and children may be estranged from one another, and how they want to deal with that. Do they want to leave them totally out of their will?
What do you say to parents that want to? How do you talk to them?
Well, I ask them if that's something that really sits well with them in the long term, if that's really what they want to do. Sometimes it is, and I have to respect that decision, obviously, and I will let them know that, of course, their will can be changed in the future, but as you get older, if something happens and you change your mind, but maybe you don't necessarily come back to change your will, or maybe you're incapacitated and can't change your will anymore. But so they have to look at all of those factors in making that difficult decision to leave out a child. Some people leave out children too because that child has done very well for themselves and doesn't need to inherit a portion of their estate, and so they will leave out a child. And that child, believe it or not, I had an incident where that child was still very hurt by being left out.
How can you ever get over it? You can never
Yeah.
get over it. Let me tell you, Denise, this is what I tell my clients. I used to. I'm not in private practice anymore. I used to say to them, this is what I would say. I understand what you're saying. I would listen to them and listen. And then I would say, but this is what I want you to understand. If you do this, your children will never be able to look at each other the same way again. You are leaving a legacy of making it very impossible for your children as siblings to have a close, connected relationship when you're gone. Because in your child's eyes, the one that is disinherited, they're always going to feel less than. And whether you think money is love or love is money or not, the fact is that's how your children are going to see it. And they're going to see it that you loved others more than you, and they're going to feel ashamed. And you're creating shame in the child that you've disinherited. And you really want to do that? And I would never do it on the first appointment, ever, ever. And I only ended up doing it once in 30 years, and I didn't end up fully disinheriting him. They gave him a specific bequest, and we wrote a reason why he was much wealthier than the others. And that's how we did it. I'm telling you, Denise, I feel so strongly that in the vast majority of cases, if not all, it's a terrible mistake. It's a terrible mistake. For the other siblings. They can't look at each other the same way anymore. They just can't. It's very sad.
Yes, it really is. It's really unfortunate and not something that you really want to do. It changes the family dynamics for sure.
Right? That's part of our Aging Gracefully series sponsored by Mosaic. We're going to bring you monthly different aspects of aging gracefully today. We talk in depth with a knowledgeable estate planning attorney, Denise Mortati. Denise, we have Arthur from Monroe with a question for you. Go ahead, please, Arthur. Hello and welcome.
Hi. I hear so much talk in my family. How do you protect your assets when you're going into a nursing home? They say they can take your house,
Okay,
Hello?
well...
Okay, Arthur, you're going to have to turn down your radio. Denise, go ahead, please. You have about 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Sure. There are lots of different ways that you can protect assets. I mentioned them a little bit of what you can do with regard to if family dynamics allow, gifting and transferring outside of the 5-year look back or an irrevocable trust, or asset protection trusts created within the will itself. It is very tricky. If you have a spouse, the house is protected while your spouse is still living on the property. There could be some recovery at a later date once you pass away, but it really is specific. It really depends on a specific circumstance.
I mean, so, Arthur, if you have a child who is living with you as a live-in caretaker, and you can show the state that if not but for the care of this child, the person would have been in a nursing home sooner, then, Denise, am I correct in saying the state may wait before taking the house and allow that child to live in the house?
You can actually, if the child has lived in the home for 2 or more years, providing the type of care that has kept you out of a facility, you can actually transfer the property over to them. Property can also be transferred to a disabled person as well. Those are exceptions to the transferring rules. It could be done even within the 5-year look-back period.
So, Arthur, if you're worried about this, I want you to go to an elder law attorney, not a regular trust and estates attorney, but an elder law attorney, okay?
Elder law.
Elder law. That's the specialty you need, okay? Let's go.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Joe from where? Christian Joe from Monroe as well. 2 from Monroe this morning. Hi, Joe. You got about a minute. Go ahead quickly.
Okay, Lisa. I just wanted to comment on the what you were just talking about. I have a sister. My mom was a widow, raised us, and always said to me, I'm going to leave everything to both of you. Well, my mom got sick, and my sister became power of attorney, changed the will. 6 months later, my mom passed away, and I was cut out. And
I'm so sorry.
I contest it, and I end up settling, but I don't feel the same way about my sister that I would have. And my mom, she wouldn't even let me see my mom. She got COVID and refused to let me see her. And when she came home, she was on a respirator. And when I tried to see her, she took a restraining order against me, which was thrown out of court. But in the end, I tried to make amends. And but I don't have the same feelings for my sister. And my mom, I know that wasn't her intention, but I couldn't prove it. I'm going to try to get along with her. We'll see how it goes. But, that hit me hard when you said that.
Yeah.
It's always in the back of my mind. Did my mom really love me like she said she did? And I'm 60 years old, and, it still affects me.
Of course it does. That's the point. I know it does. Yeah, I'm sorry about all of this. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, and I love your show. I'm a teacher, and I listen to it in the summer when I'm off, when I have time.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. You can find the podcast year-round. Year-round, you can find the podcast. Thank you, Joe. Denise,
I will.
Thank you. Denise, thank you so much for being with us. Denise Mortati, who is an elder law, an attorney in our area. We really appreciate you answering questions today.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. Sunny, hot, and humid through this afternoon with a high in the low to mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 28th. On this day in 1945, a U.S. Army bomber crashed into the 79th floor of New York's Empire State Building.
The plane crashed into the 78th and 79th stories at a speed of about 200 miles an hour. No one knew what had happened, but firemen were on the job, and in very quick time, they had the fires out.
In 1998, Bell Atlantic and GTE announced a deal that formed Verizon.
Get ready for something that will change the way you use your wireless phone into the next millennium. It's revolutionary.
In the year 2000, Kathy Lee Gifford made her final appearance on Live with Regis and Kathy Lee.
It's a lovely cake. Look at this.
Yeah.
1985 to 2000. Thanks for the memories, and we really mean that.
July 28th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC 695.9. WICC Bridgeport. WFOX Southport. WEBE HD2 Westport. WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. In Scotland today, meeting with Britain's Prime Minister, President Trump indicated he wants more done to alleviate the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza.
This is a desperate situation.
I told Israel, I told Bibi that you're going to have to now maybe do it a different way.
Israel paused its military operations for 10 hours to allow some aid in. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer is in Tel Aviv.
Today, more aid trucks are on the move as international agencies gear up to feed the hungry and, by now, the desperate. There have been airdrops, too. Yesterday, Israel, Jordan, and the UAE all parachuted pallets of aid into the ruins of Gaza. It sure makes for dramatic pictures, but it's expensive and it's actually not very efficient. The bulk of the aid will have to come in by truck. Each one can carry between 4 and 10 times as much as a parachute.
President Trump also today signaled his frustration over the continuing war in Ukraine, as Natalie Brand reports.
On Ukraine, President Trump told reporters he will likely reduce the 50-day deadline he gave Russian President Vladimir Putin for a ceasefire deal, threatening tougher new sanctions.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting.
A judge has blocked the administration's efforts to defund Planned Parenthood. Christopher Cruz has that.
The judge granted the organization, the nation's largest abortion provider, a permanent injunction. It blocks the federal government from cutting Medicaid payments to Planned Parenthood clinics for non-abortion related care.
Michigan authorities say a man accused of carrying out a knife attack at a Walmart store will face terrorism charges. Several people were stabbed before others, including one armed with a pistol, confronted the suspect in the parking lot. Lana Zach has that.
Grand Traverse County Sheriff Michael Shea told us he was impressed by the people who intervened before law enforcement even arrived.
They were actually utilizing numbers and their available resources to get this individual in a position where he couldn't get away.
It's so hot. Records are being broken in parts of Florida today and in New Orleans.
Honestly, I feel like as a child, the heat is not the same as it is now. It feels like it's on a completely different level.
The heat stretches from the south all the way to Iowa. Lawyers are seeking a temporary restraining order against the Immigration Detention Center in the Florida Everglades and say the detainees are being barred from meeting attorneys. They also say many are being held without any charges. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road, and arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described what exactly happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring in to the loss of Moreau. At that same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau, and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. Bridgeport city officials are saddened by the cancellation of the Soundside Music Festival. The event, scheduled for September 27th and 28th, was canceled on Friday, with organizers citing circumstances beyond their control. Bridgeport officials say they have learned that ticket sales for this year's lineup were down substantially over the last few years. The headliners this year would have included The Killers and Weezer. Refunds will be provided to those who bought tickets in the near future. And if you're proud that Connecticut calls itself the pizza capital of the United States, you'll soon be able to have a vanity license plate to that effect. Earlier today, Governor Ned Lamont showed a sample of the new personalized Vanity Pizza State Connecticut license plates, which feature the slogan, "The Pizza State," on the bottom and a graphic of a slice of pizza on the right. The plates can be purchased through the Connecticut Food Share website, with the proceeds to benefit Connecticut Food Share. When the plate was announced in March, it drew 600 applications in its first week. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork, exits 13 through 10. Right lane is out. Northbound side, you have it in Milford from the connector going up to exit 41. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway, southbound roadwork from Black Rock down to exit 42. Northbound, you have it exit 51 up to exit 53. And on the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, construction from exit 59 going up into Hampton and North Haven into exit 63. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to Route 34. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow is sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I have maintained over the past few months since Election Day, when people ask me, hey, what do you think happened on Election Day? What about Trump? What about Kamala Harris? Whatever. I have maintained that the decision people made on Election Day was a choice of crazy over broken. And the reason people chose what some people may say, this crazy guy, the orange Cheeto, whatever, is here's the thing. Crazy, and crazy's a relative term. I don't think Trump's crazy. A lot of people do. No, in fact, we had a couple of high-ranking Democrats come out this weekend and say, guy's an incredible politician. But having said that, you can be crazy and be right about a bunch of things, right? You know people that you work with, or people in your family, or people in your church group, or people that attend the same mosque as you do, or a Buddhist temple, or Jewish synagogue, whatever, Catholic church. You say, hey, that guy's nuts, but he's successful. He runs a big company, or she's a tenured professor somewhere. He or she, they know their stuff, but they're crazy. And I've been saying for months and months and months and months on end, people, most of them, if you give them a choice, they will choose crazy or the perception of crazy over broken. Because the perception of broken is, it ain't going to work for me, It ain't going to work for my family. It ain't going to work for my church, whatever, my business, my industry, whatever. I've been telling you since last election day, this past November of 2024, that the people chose, or at least enough people did, a majority in the raw vote and a majority of the electoral college, they took crazy over broken. They didn't want anything to do with broken, at least the majority didn't, but enough people, and you can yell and scream at them or whatever, they crossed their fingers and they took the perception of crazy. Well, there's a new poll out there. We touched on this just a wee part last week when it came up because we were so jammed. I want to get into this. Yes, this justifies my theory of crazy over broken. And my theory that if one side is broken, the other side may elect crazy. Sometimes a good crazy, but crazy is crazy. And I've said all the time, if you want the Republican Party to be normal, the Democrats have to act normal, even in perhaps defeat. If you want the Democratic Party to be normal on a local, state, or national or world basis, the Republicans have to be kind of normal. Are we having that now? I don't know. But how about this? This is the broken part. And I know it's only 1,500 people, and I know it's registered voters, not likely voters, and I know it's only one poll, but this is bad, all right? If you're a Trump hater, it's time for you to stop fixating on Trump and ask yourselves, what's the other side going to do? Well, again, we had these marches over the weekend. A couple of weeks ago, we had no kings. Then we had no more kings. And we had these marches around Connecticut. What the hell does that do? How about if the anti-Trump side tries and figures out, I don't know, how Trump got elected? Because the other side still doesn't have any answers. Get this headline. This from a Newsweek story that was published a couple of days ago on Saturday. Democratic Party hits its lowest approval in 30 years. 30 years, not 3 years, not 13 years, 30 years. Well, Paul, it's only one poll. Okay, it's only one poll, so was it completely wrong? Even if it's slightly outside the margin of error, the numbers are still horrible. Again, I have asked this a lot on this program, and I will continue to ask it because people need to stop banging their heads about Trump for 5 minutes because barring anything wrong with his health, mental or physical, he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. You have 3.5 years to either luxuriate in what he does or to cry your freaking eyes out. And if you're going to cry, maybe you should figure out why he got elected. A new Wall Street Journal poll published on Friday shows the image of the Democratic Party has deteriorated to its lowest point in over 3 decades, according to Journal records back to 1990. Now, I know you like to say everything is Trump's fault. It's not. Any candidate, whether it's Donald Trump on the right or somebody on the left, is going to take advantage of a situation where the other side or their opponent in a specific race keeps screwing up. Only 8% of registered voters say they view the Democratic Party very favorably. 8%. 8 people out of 100. 80 people out of 1,000. Extended with every decimal point you want. This is mind-boggling. 63% said the Democratic Party is out of touch with the everyday concerns of Americans. How in the hell did that happen? That's kind of rhetorical. We're going to get into that momentarily. But you tell me, what do you think? And how do you fix it? And by the way, if you are a Trump hater, if you despise Donald Trump, if the mere image of the guy makes you go, if you get agita, if you got to break out the bromo seltzer, if you got to die for the brioche, which we used to sell in my family store, if you have to die for that, then riddle me this. How did it happen? Because you cannot blame everything on Republicans and Donald Trump as much as you'd love to. Because you can't. This is a guy that ran 3 times. He won 2 of those 3 times, and he almost won the second time, which would have negated the third time. So what are your thoughts on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You can cry and scream and bitch and moan as much as you want about Donald Trump. Guess what? We're at the point now where that's the point of no return. That's the point of diminishing returns. Ask yourselves, why was he reelected? Ask yourselves, what in the hell happened to the great Democratic Party of this country that is so bad that 63% of voters in a major poll, hey, the Wall Street Journal poll is no slouch poll. They have a high-ranking Democratic pollster and a high-ranking Republican pollster doing it for them. 63% say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. And you know what, Clyde? That ain't Trump's fault.
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
Looking for a quick primary care appointment? Start here. Hartford Healthcare Medical Group offers appointments right away, often the next day, with skilled clinicians who partner with you to get you healthy and keep you healthy. We're here for you, whether it's an illness, chronic condition, or a physical, with offices throughout Fairfield County. Visit hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care. That's hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
The number one fear when it comes to planning for retirement is running out of money. So you take that, and then, of course, that 42% of baby boomers that don't know how much money they have in their nest egg, well, that also means they don't know if they have enough. Think about it. Do you? Find out by listening to Mastering Your Wealth. Join host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners every Saturday morning at 8, right here on WICC 600. And, of course, for more details, you can always visit online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork, exits 13 through 10 right lane is out. Northbound side, you have it in Milford from the connector going up to exit 41. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway, southbound road work from Black Rock down to exit 42. Northbound, you have it exit 51 up to exit 53. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound side, construction from exit 59 going up into Hampton and North Haven into exit 63. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to Route 34. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight, below in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
The place to come for live and local Connecticut talk. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, and again, I don't blame people if they want to get out there and protest, anti-Trump, anti-GOP. All right, fine, but do they take a moment to ask themselves, how did we get here? And then you had this poll that came out on Friday, and I know it's just a single poll. I understand that. But let me ask this. Do you ever hear on any of the newscasts, whether it's on any of the major cable channels or any of our CBS newscasts here about a big new poll showing Democrats advancing against Republicans or any sort of a bolt of lightning of support? No, you don't. So the easy thing for people to do is cry and moan and bitch and moan and complain about Trump, which you can. I'm not saying not to do that. But poll after poll after poll, to some varying degree or another, it just shows and continues to show with this Wall Street Journal poll how out of touch the once great Democratic Party of this nation is. Now, things are hunky-dory here in Connecticut. I get it. I understand it. But, when you get people like Governor Lamont and the legislative leaders and people like Matt Ritter and Jason Rojas and Martin Looney and Bob Duff, speaking about Trump like he's Hitler or something, they are completely shut out of any sort of reality as to what the other half of the voters in this country are saying. And Trump may not be all that in a bag of chips, as they say, but he seems to be connecting with people better. And if you think it's going to end when he leaves office in 3 or 3.5 years, whatever, no, it's not going to, not with these numbers. So the question is, and by the way, this is our question on Facebook today, also facebook.com/voice of CT. 63% of voters in a new poll say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. Do you agree? Why or why not? And that's not good. When you're out of touch with people who tell you you're out of touch, that ain't good. So explain to me at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How did this happen? How did we get here? Because one would think that if the modern-day Democrats on a national basis were getting it done, you wouldn't think that Mr. Trump would have won in 2 of his last 3 runs and only lose that second run by an aggregate total of about 40,000 votes. So again, broken versus crazy. Crazy is sitting in the big chair right now. Well, he's in Scotland. He's not in the big chair, but you know what I mean. He's in the big chair on Air Force One, okay? Broken is sitting there licking their wounds and not knowing what the hell they're doing. Now, again, the Democrats, to be fair, do have a couple of point lead on the generic House ballot, but that's not even up for discussion right now. We're still a year and change out. But help me out here. How did this happen? The party of JFK, the party of FDR, the party of Harry Truman, the party of Bill Clinton, the party of Lyndon Baines Johnson, the party of Barack Obama, is now a smoldering heap. Not here in Connecticut, but if you take the glasses off and look on the other side of the forest, you'll see what it is here. How did that happen? Was it the immigration scenario? Were enough people upset at the Dems on immigration to say, hey, I don't really love Trump, but we got to send you guys a message? Is it the message on taxes, guns, abortion? What is it? The Journal's poll shows Democrats facing a net favorability of minus 30 points, with only 1/3 of voters expressing anything positive toward the party. But yet people will complain and dissect Trump, which is fine. A lot of people have a job to do, but I don't get it. While Trump's handling of inflation and tariffs drew a significant disapproval, voters still trust Republicans more than Democrats to manage those issues in Congress, according to this poll. The Republican Party holds a 10-point average on inflation and a 7-point edge on tariffs. There's only one policy area where Democrats consistently outperform Republicans: health care and vaccines. Other than that, the once great Democratic Party remains broken. Is anybody paying attention to that? Does anybody want to make the tough decisions to bring the party back to the center? Or is this the image of the party that we're even getting here in Connecticut? Is the image or the idea of a centrist Democrat gone? Oh, there are some of them in Congress. You don't hear too much of them. Are people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, perish the thought to say Chris Murphy, are they the future of the party? And if they are, we will continue in the mantra of crazy versus broken.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork, exits 13 through 10 right lane is out. Northbound side, you have it in Milford from the connector going up to exit 41. Stay to the left to get around it. On the Parkway, southbound roadwork from Black Rock down to exit 42. Northbound, you have it exit 51 up to exit 53. And on the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, construction from exit 59 going up into Hampton and North Haven into exit 63. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to Route 34. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow is sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, Bridgeport small business owners. You can apply for a $5,000 grant from Optimum Business and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. The Lifting Up Bridgeport Small Businesses Grant Program is awarding 25 businesses $5,000 grants to develop their business technology and support their success. And your business can be one of them. But hurry, the application deadline is August 15th. To see grant program requirements and apply today, visit optimum.com/business/Bridgeport. Terms apply.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump in Scotland today met with the British Prime Minister, and Gaza was on the agenda as Israel announced a pause in its military operations to allow some aid to flow in.
The whole place is a mess. It'll get straightened out, but it's a mess. They have to get food and safety right now.
Aaron Navarro reports the president's also shortening the time frame he gave Vladimir Putin to stop the war in Ukraine.
The president indicated earlier today that window would be cut because he, quote, already knows the answer and what's going to happen.
Trump said he's giving Putin 10 to 12 days starting today. Around 180 million Americans are under some sort of heat alert today. Meteorologist Craig Allen says it stretches from Florida to Iowa.
There are nearly 30 states with some kind of heat alert that could include a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning.
Stocks are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road, and arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described what exactly happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring in to the loss of Moreau. At the same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau, and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. An off-duty Bridgeport police officer has been identified as the fan who was ejected from courtside seats at a Connecticut Sun game. Officer William Riley has been confirmed as the person wearing a Caitlin Clark jersey who was led out of the game between the Sun and Indiana on July 15th. Riley apparently made a comment to Connecticut player Sanaya Rivers that got him the boot. Police Chief Roderick Porter says Riley was off-duty and there have been no allegations of misconduct against him. A large oil spill at Ansonia High School appears to have been contained. Officials say a malfunction with an in-ground oil tank led to the leak of more than 400 gallons of oil into a storm drain. The oil then flowed into a retention pond and a dry stream bed near a reservoir before stopping. An environmental contractor responded and was able to safely contain the oil. The leak was discovered on Saturday, and crews worked through the weekend to address the situation. A large lizard that escaped from a home in Massachusetts where it was being kept illegally has apparently entered Connecticut. The reptile, known as a water monitor, was spotted on Friday near a pond in Thompson, not far from the Massachusetts border. The 5-foot lizard is not known to attack humans or pets, but anyone who spots it should call their local police department. The lizard, named Goose, escaped from its owner in Webster, Massachusetts on July 18th. New Haven officials say an 18-year-old male student at Wilbur-Cross High School was detained by ICE officials at his place of work on July 22nd. He is currently being held at a facility in Massachusetts. This comes after a woman was taken into ICE custody in New Haven last month, allegedly in front of her children. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker expressed frustration that ICE agents are not contacting city officials before making such arrests.
Concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves that try to arrest someone we don't know about it, and there's some conflict.
The woman who was taken into custody last month was deported last week back to Mexico. Meanwhile, the Wilbur-Cross student is a recent immigrant from Guatemala, and New Haven and school officials say they will offer him whatever support they can. Sikorsky Financial Credit Union is opening a branch in Fairfield. The Stratford-based financial institution has announced that the new branch will be located on the Post Road near Ruane Street. Officials with the credit union say this new location will connect their Bridgeport and Trumbull branches, making it easier for current and future members to access their services. Sikorsky Financial Credit Union also has locations in Brookfield, Derby, Milford, Seymour, and Shelton. And Milford's inaugural Lobster Roll Festival has been scheduled for September 20th. The Milford Chamber of Commerce says the city is the home of the original lobster roll, and the event at Walnut Beach will celebrate that history. Harold Perry has been credited with inventing the hot buttered lobster roll at his Perry's restaurant in 1927. The festival will feature lobster rolls from local chefs, along with a beer and wine garden, live music, and other entertainment. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 13 through 10. Stay left to get around it. Northbound side, you have it in Milford from the connector going up to exit 41. Right lane is out. On the Parkway, southbound road work through No Man's Land down to exit 42. Northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 53. On the Wilbur-Cross, northbound, more road work. Exit 59 all the way into North Haven, exit 63. Stay left to get around it. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to Route 34. I'm Andrew Kress with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight, below in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As we have another edition of Crazy versus Broken. Yeah, you may think Trump's nuts. You may think he's crazy. All right. Well, he's in the big chair right now, and occasionally, crazy is good. What's that old phrase? Even a broken clock or a busted clock, if you look at it, it's right twice a day. Twice in a 24-hour period, a clock will be right. Whereas broken doesn't work. Crazy may be that busted clock, but broken doesn't work. And again, it's reflected in this new Wall Street Journal poll that shows that, and it's a fascinating number, 63% of voters in that poll say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. So is that the Republicans' fault or is that the Democrats' fault? Now, in his newscast, and I had no idea the story was coming because I heard this and I said, see what I mean? Let's go to my little hometown there, the city of Elms at New Haven, where apparently Mayor Justin Elliker is not happy that ICE agents are going into New Haven, and for whatever reason, they're scooping up people, illegals. I don't know the particulars of these cases. Now, the mayor is frustrated, and we'll fire this up right now. Mayor Elliker is frustrated because he says, you can't script this senility. He says ICE isn't informing the cops of what they're going to do.
It's concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves that try to arrest someone we don't know about it, and there's some conflict.
All right, wait a minute. Now hold it, Mayor. Time out. You're upset that ICE isn't calling you. So, hi, Mayor Elliker. Hi, this is ICE. How was your day today? That's just great. Hey, listen, we're going to pick up so-and-so. Wait a minute. I thought Justin Elliker and his ilk in Connecticut wanted nothing to do with ICE. Maybe this is why your party on a national basis is down there at spilled milk levels on the floor. Am I not... Chris, play this again, because I'm wondering... do I need to double Q-tip my ears, or am I hearing this right?
It's concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves that try to arrest someone we don't know about it, and there's some conflict.
Yeah. So wait a minute. You want ICE to call the city of New Haven and tell you, Mayor Elliker, when they're coming in. But I thought, wait a minute. A lot of these cities in Connecticut, well, no, we don't want any local police involvement with ICE raids. You can't have it both ways. You either want contact with ICE or you don't want contact with ICE. Again, Mayor, with all due respect, this is why your party's ratings in these polls suck. Can you not see that? Then you're going to go out and cry and moan, Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Wait a minute. Did you ever stop to think that voters, even in a state like Connecticut, even cities like New Haven, say, oh, wait a minute, you can't have it both ways? 63% of voters in a new poll say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. Do you agree? Why or not? Why not? All you have to do is hear that cut of New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker, who's upset that ICE isn't notifying them of raids, yet when ICE calls you, Mayor, or calls any other city or town in this state, by and large, to say, hey, we want you to hold somebody or this bad guy we want to get rid of, you tell them to go screw. The state of Connecticut has the Trust Act. Again, Donald Trump may be crazy. The Democratic Party is broken.
If you're in the market for Michelin tires, get to Town Fair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. With Michelin's innovative technologies designed for durability and performance, you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires over all the toughest of road conditions. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. So if you're looking for the best deal on Michelin tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 13 through 10. Stay left to get around it. Northbound side, you have it in Milford from the connector going up to exit 41. Right lane is out. On the Parkway, southbound road work through No Man's Land down to exit 42. Northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 53. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound, more road work. Exit 59 all the way into North Haven, exit 63. Stay left to get around it. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to Route 34. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and again, if there are a lot of Democrats in a blue state like Connecticut, which is fine, a lot of you Democrats around Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, whatever, you better work on your own party. Because wishing Donald Trump away is not gonna do you any good. Especially when you have lunacy like this. The mayor of my hometown, Justin Elliker, mayor of New Haven, you can't script this lunacy. He's upset that ICE is not letting the police department know when they're going in and getting someone.
It's concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves that try to arrest someone we don't know about it, and there's some conflict.
So let me see if I understand this. Connecticut's a blue state with the Trust Act, T-R-U-S-T, the Trust Act, which was introduced, passed in the Malloy years, and now has been strengthened 2 or 3 or 4 times, or weakened, if you look at it the other way, if you're an advocate of law enforcement, to the point where Connecticut already tells ICE, hey, listen, if you want us to hold some illegal on some criminal charge, go screw. That's essentially what the state says. Read up on this Trust Act. So all of a sudden now you have a guy like Justin Elliker who's throwing a fit that ICE doesn't call the New Haven police to tell them they're getting someone. Okay, so which is it, Mayor? I don't quite get it. Please explain to me. Please, I don't get it. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, we're concerned because ICE doesn't help us with this stuff, yet you can't live in the same universe, Mayor, where ICE asks for help a lot of times from entities in this state to hold bad guys and gals who you know need deportation, and you won't help them. So which is it? Which part of the weird universe, Mayor, are you living in? And maybe this is why, let's bring this all back here, maybe this is why the national ratings for your party suck. You can't script this lunacy. The mayor of New Haven saying, well, you know, maybe ICE could call the police department. Can you blame ICE? Whether you approve of what ICE does or not, can you blame ICE if ICE tells New Haven, hey, go pound it, Mayor, because we ain't doing that. But again, maybe this is why the National Democratic Party is polling the worst it ever has. In fact, before we go to the phones here, lest you think I'm making this more than it is, listen to this. Bill McIntroff is a noted Republican pollster who had nothing to do with the Wall Street Journal survey. Said, quote, we were already watching the tide moving for the GOP at this point in 2017, and that's not where we are today. And that's worth jumping up and down trying to explain how much more competitive and Trump and the Republicans are than today in 2017, than they are today than they were in 2017. Pollster John Anzalone saying, quote, the Democratic brand is so bad, they don't have the credibility to be a critic of Trump. Until they reconnect with real voters and working people on who they're for and what their economic message is, they're going to have problems. But yet we have blue mayors in this state who are upset that ICE won't call them. Really, Mayor Elliker of my beautiful hometown, the city of Elms there in New Haven. Really? You expect ICE to call you when you're among the mayors and the cadre of leaders in this state who tell ICE, hey, we're not going to work with you, but make sure you call us. See, we're not going to help you, but we want you to call us. You don't think suburban voters and voters in other states, you don't think, Mayor and any other elected Democrat in this state, you don't think that they see this and they go, those people are nuts. Listen, Trump may be crazy, but sometimes crazy works. At least a couple of times a day. The other side is broken. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Talk or text. Andy is with us. Andy, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Hi. I'm inside hiding from the heat.
Okay.
I need a reality check.
Yeah.
Didn't Elliker say at one time that they would help people escape from ICE?
He may have. I don't know.
Steal them from ICE? If that's his position, what is his logic that they should call him in order to alert him so he could help their their suspects escape?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just he's a smart guy. But what he said just is not logical. Maybe it's me. I think
No, it's not you, Andy. When Chris played that soundbite, I said, and I had him play it for me 2 or 3 times. So all of a sudden, you're right, Andy. The mayor is the mayor of one of these cities who says, hey, we're never going to help ICE here. But can you give us a call, Andy? Can you give us a call? Because
not adding up.
Oh, my God.
It's like if I'm going to break into your condo, I'm not going to call and warn you first.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, carry on. We'll
Thank
be in
you.
touch.
Stay cool, my friend. Andy there in Essex. Thank you. Yeah, folks, doesn't make any sense. And the reason I bring that up is you wonder why the Democratic poll numbers are so bad. And yet all the Democrats, many of them want to say is Trump, 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 Trump. I got a story right here. Chris Murphy, you can never go a day without a good Chris Murphy story. You probably saw this. It was slugged with a link on the Connecticut Capitol Report. Chris Murphy is out in Ohio, and he is kind of doing this speaking tour with Congressman Max Frost, Democrat of Florida, one of the most left-leaning members of Congress there are. So I guess it's Chris Murphy's idea to go to red states with progressive Congress people and bitch and moan about Trump. You're not going to change. That's a Congress, Senator, with all due respect, read the room. Read the poll numbers. Read the poll numbers. Take off the blinders. Read the room. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But hey, maybe I'm the stew nod. This guy's got $11 million in 6 months. What do I know? What the heck do I know? So what's the point? You're trying to flip Ohio now? You're trying to flip individual congressional districts? But yet you have a mayor in your own home state, Senator, who's begging, who wants ICE to call to let them know when the immigration raid is going to be. It is just, I swear JFK has to be spinning in his grave. I swear. Somewhere FDR is flicking the ashes off that cigarette holder and going, oh, my God. Is this what it looks like now? Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, how are you?
Oh, I don't know, Reverend Paul.
Yep.
But I think I know the answer with all these Democrats in Connecticut that are so, I don't know, how to describe them.
Okay.
You do know the original Democrat was from New Haven, Connecticut.
Who's that?
Benedict Arnold.
Benedict Arnold, really?
Yeah, he was from New Haven. He had an apothecary in New Haven.
Okay, he had a drugstore. All right, okay.
Yeah, well, think about it. They legalized his pot stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then go and try to give the country away to foreigners.
So you're tracing this all the way back to Benedict Arnold.
Well, that's who they're emulating. Look what they're doing. They're trying to give us away.
Don't you think ICE should call up the beautiful city of New Haven, Bob, and tell Mayor Elliker when they're coming in town? Wouldn't that be the least thing they could do, Bob? Come on.
Yeah, and then he can go and give the plans to Electric Boat or Sikorsky Aircraft and say, "Here, come bomb us here."
All right, Bob, I got to run. Give us your out cue, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Save the bears.
Yeah.
Deport the illegals.
Yeah.
And fly a Velo out of New Haven.
All right, Bob. Traffic and weather together. Right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 13 through 10. Stay left to get around it. Northbound side, you have it in Milford from the connector going up to exit 41. Right lane is out. On the Parkway, southbound road work through No Man's Land down to exit 42. Northbound side, you have it from exit 51 going up to exit 53. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound, more road work. Exit 59 all the way into North Haven, exit 63. Stay left to get around it. And on the southbound side, you have it from the tunnel going down to Route 34. I'm Andrew Kress with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight. Below in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day, with a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age. Your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And striving for complete accuracy here on the big program. Just do a little correction there that Bob gave us. Benedict Arnold was actually not born in New Haven. He was born in Norwich. So again, yes, he did come from Connecticut, one of Connecticut's own, but from the city of Norwich and not New Haven. Although the New Haven connection was apparently, from what I read here, he did go to Yale. So how about that? Maybe one day he sang Bulldogs, Bulldogs, Bow Wow Wow, Eli Yale. So the question begs today, and maybe you can help out because I sure as heck can't, because I'm a card-carrying Republican. However, go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. 63% of voters, over 6 in 10 voters, in a Wall Street Journal poll say that the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. Do you agree? Yes or no? Why or why not? I'm more interested to find out. Of course, I'd love to hear you, whether you agree or not. Yes or no? How did that happen? What happened? Did people move on their ideological spectrum, or did the party move? Seriously. What happened? You folks out there who maybe are or at one time were Democrats, What happened to your party?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump in Scotland indicated today his growing frustration over the war in Ukraine. He now says he won't wait 50 days for Vladimir Putin to stop the fighting.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting.
CBS's Aaron Navarro.
President Trump said that deadline and details about that could come out tonight or tomorrow. And the president also said today and voiced frustration that there have been several moments where it seems like peace is close between Russia and Ukraine, but then Russia pulls out or launches missiles at Ukraine.
Trump also indicated his frustration with the continued chaos in Gaza. Elizabeth Palmer is in Tel Aviv.
Aid trucks are on the move after a sudden reversal by Israel. It announced it would enable more food and supplies to enter the Strip after pictures of hungry Gazans and malnourished children shocked the world, prompting international condemnation.
Israel is pausing its military operations for 10 hours a day. From the plains to Florida, 180 million Americans are sweltering in extreme heat. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
90s, 100s, and combined with the humidity, a heat index that could easily exceed 115 degrees. Records will be broken.
And there could be severe storms in parts of the central U.S. There is a hunt underway in Arkansas for the suspect in the murder of a couple on a walking trail. Jim Krasula has that.
Authorities in the Ozark Mountains of northern Arkansas are looking for a man suspected of fatally stabbing a 43-year-old man and his 41-year-old wife as they hiked with their two daughters at Devil's Den State Park Saturday. This woman was at the park at the time.
We're from Texas, so we came in for the weekend, and we came up here, and there are cop cars all around.
The murdered couple's daughters, ages 7 and 9, were not hurt in the attack.
The Trump administration has struck a trade deal with the European Union, but while some industries are cheering, Kelly O'Grady reports many others will feel the pinch.
If you're the auto industry, you're going to see a 15% tariff. If you're U.S. consumers, that tariff that sits at 10% is now going to be 15%. That's going to be hard for companies to absorb without passing at least some of it on to the consumer. And I think that's why you're seeing in the markets just kind of pretty much nothing.
Another round of U.S.-China trade talks took place today in Sweden. And on Wall Street, stocks are mixed. The Dow is down. The S&P 500 is also lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road, and arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described what exactly happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring into the loss of Moreau. At that same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau, and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. An off-duty Bridgeport police officer has been identified as the fan who was ejected from courtside seats at a Connecticut Sun game. Officer William Riley has been confirmed as the person wearing a Caitlin Clark jersey who was led out of the game between the Sun and Indiana on July 15th. Riley apparently made a comment to Connecticut player Sanaya Rivers that got him the boot. Police Chief Roderick Porter says Riley was off duty and there have been no allegations of misconduct against him. Bridgeport city officials are saddened by the cancellation of the Soundside Music Festival. The event, scheduled for September 27th and 28th, was canceled on Friday, with organizers citing circumstances beyond their control. Bridgeport officials say they have learned that ticket sales for this year's lineup were down substantially over the last few years. The headliners this year would have included The Killers and Weezer. Refunds will be provided to those who bought tickets in the near future. And Sikorsky Financial Credit Union said they will be opening a branch in Fairfield. The Stratford-based financial institution has announced that the new branch will be located on the Post Road near Ruane Street. Officials with the credit union say this new location will connect their Bridgeport and Trumbull branches, making it easier for current and future members to access their services. Sikorsky Financial Credit Union also has locations in Brookfield, Derby, Milford, Seymour, and Shelton. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 7 is closed in both directions between Branchville and Florida Hill Roads because of a crash. Route 8 northbound accident reported between the Route 25 split and the Merritt Parkway ramps. Lower Fairfield County on 95 north, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is at least a little better. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow is sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
No surprise, a lot of interesting responses coming into our Facebook question and also via text at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC Talk, or text or online at facebook.com/voice of CT. 63% of folks, voters, in a new Wall Street Journal poll say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. Now, again, this is only one poll. I get it, but there's a trend here. 63%, better than 6 in 10 folks who responded. They polled about 1,500 people, the Journal did. And again, you can poll the entire nation with between 13 and 15 or 1,600. You can do it. Years ago, I didn't think you could. And then guess what? It was explained to me in a stat class. And at the end of 2 days, I said, well, okay, yeah, I guess. And even if you double or triple your sample size, it doesn't improve your accuracy all that much. But the bottom line is, America last time around in November of 2024, some, 8 months ago already, coming up on 8 or 9 months ago already, they had a choice between a guy who would run and won once and lost once 2 times before, that a lot of people said was downright dangerous crazy, and a side that didn't seem to want to do anything really on gun rights, didn't want to do anything on stopping biological males from playing athletics with women, didn't want to do anything on the border, so they were broken, and crazy beat broken. So how do you fix broken? If you're part of the side, if you sit there and you get up in the morning, and I know people, honestly, I have friends of mine, acquaintances, who they are fixated on Donald Trump from morning till night. They're posting stuff how it's the end of the world, it's the end of the country, take down the Statue of Liberty, this is incredulous, we're going to have a Christian theocracy, he's going to steal the elections, there will be no election for the midterms in 2026. I mean, seriously. And the minute I see people ask them, well, hey, did you ever think that there's a reason why Trump won and a reason why people are voting? They just lash out. So, yes, I do know people whose almost every living moment is consumed by this. And my only question is, do they look inside? Is there any effort to look inside and say, hey, maybe the fault, dear Brutus, is our side? Meaning if you're a non-GOPer or non-MAGA or you're a Democrat. Because, again, remember, either side only gets their guy or gal elected if there's an opening. And there seems to be a barn door open to this stuff on the Democratic side of things that you never used to see. You never used to see Democrats not just dealing with, but being a champion of as many illegals coming over the border as possible. I mean, yeah, the progressives have always been, tolerant or supportive of pro-choice legislation, the ability to get a legal abortion. Now it's, if you look at what's going on in Hartford, it's almost to a sacramental level. Democrats were always for a well-funded public education system. Now, though, it's more money and more money and more money and more money and more money. When all that money is not yielding the results we'd like to see. Traditional Democrats, centrist Democrats, the JFKs of the world, the LBJs of the world, very supportive of police. Now, though, we have to loosen this law and loosen that law. And let's not have too many encounters on the road with police and people of color. Let's get rid of cash bond. Again, the party has moved from things that pretty much play normally to most people to now becoming the champions of leftism. And correct me if I'm wrong, this is supposed to be Trump's fault? So you Dems out there, or should I say you folks who don't like Trump and can't stand him from every moment you wake up till the minute you go to bed, how do you fix it? Because as I've always said, Trump and or MAGA is not a cause, it's a symptom. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti Real Estate. If you're a solo individual real estate agent who's been struggling and working for yourself, by yourself in this industry, and you've ever thought about joining a high-producing real estate team to help you increase your business and explode to the next level, go to carbeautyrealestate.com and click the Join Our Team page. That's carbeautyrealestate.com. Click the Join Our Team page.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to carbeautyrealestate.com.
Experience the future of primary care right in the palm of your hand. With Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you'll get expert primary care anytime from the comfort of home. Connect with a virtual provider and concierge team who know your medical history. Use HHC 24/7 for acute illnesses to manage your medications, chronic conditions, specialty referrals, and more. All major insurance plans are accepted. Text HHC 247 to 85209 to download the app and never wait again for care with Hartford Healthcare.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Expect a mix of sun and clouds with some humidity to go along with the heat. Highs in the 80s and 90s with a heat index around 100. Lows dip down into the upper 60s, so there's always a chance of thunderstorms. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 7 is closed in both directions between Branchville and Florida Hill Roads because of a crash. Route 8 northbound accident reported between the Route 25 split and the Merritt Parkway ramps. Lower Fairfield County on 95 north, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is at least a little better. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, you card-carrying Democrats or blue leaners in Fairfield County, New Haven County, all over the place here in the great state of Connecticut. How do you fix your party? Your party's broken. Do you understand that? It may be fine here in Connecticut, but you cannot bitch and whine and moan and bang your head on the wall about Trump being in the White House again. 3 elections in a row, he almost won the second time, and not realize that part of it is your fault. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And we have a perfect example of that. In my hometown of New Haven, the mayor of New Haven, Justin Elliker, well, I guess he said this with a straight face. Get this, folks. You can't script this comedy. Maybe we should put this on in the place of Stephen Colbert when he finally goes away. You have Justin Elliker asking ICE to please notify the city of New Haven when ICE is going to pick up someone for whatever reason. Now remember, These are the same people who govern us in this state who say, no, we're going to have the Trust Act. So we're not going to work with ICE, but we want ICE to work with us. If you think I'm exaggerating here, listen to this.
It's concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves that try to arrest someone we don't know about it, and there's some conflict.
And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Party, and maybe not here in Connecticut, but around the country in the real world, is polling at 30-year lows. You have a sitting mayor, not a dumb guy. You don't get elected mayor in a good-sized city like New Haven or Bridgeport or Hartford or Waterbury or Danbury by being dumb. You got to have some smarts. But you say that with a straight face. We want ICE to let us know what they're doing. So what? So you can go tell people? Meantime, here you are in the state with a Trust Act, T-R-U-S-T, the Trust Act, which basically means if ICE tells any department here in Connecticut, hey, hold on to that guy or gal, we want to process the papers and remove them, you won't do it. But remember, the craziness in the world is Trump's fault, right? Is that how it works? Or are you people too stoned on the left to understand it? It's mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing. Nobody wants to look within themselves. They don't. Speaking of New Haven, Bill in New Haven. Bill, what's up with you?
Hello, finally. Don't forget these people come out of the FBI.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
They're special agents.
Yes.
Like, remember the Untouchables?
Now you're going back. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you watch that, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw the movies, too. Absolutely.
They're the Untouchables.
That's right. That's right.
And you don't touch them. They're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, but the mayor wants a phone call from him. Did you hear that, Mayor Elliker?
No. They're special. Play with them.
Oh, Bill.
What they're doing is they're doing their job.
Well, that's it, Bill. You're right.
Watch the old movie, The Untouchables.
Yeah.
Back in Chicago with
Elliot
the
Ness.
booze.
Elliot Ness.
That's right.
That's right. Got to get them. Are there any rum runners in New Haven? What do you got there? Any bootleggers?
No, we got crackheads. That's about it. No, but you go back to watch the Untouchables.
I will, Bill. I promise I will.
And that's the special agent.
Yes. But the mayor wants to know when they're in town.
You can't do that because you have to do what the FBI does.
Go tell Mr. Elliker.
It's like the secret police.
Go tell Mr. Elliker there. Go tell Mr. Elliker.
No, he's happy what he does. I don't bother him.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, whatever.
All right,
but
Bill.
Reality. You gotta watch what. Yeah,
you're right.
The special agents on his
Elliot Ness. All right, Bill. I appreciate the call, my friend. Take care. All right. Well, listen, Bill's right. These are the federales. They're not gonna come in and tell you what's going on. All right. Elliot Ness, The Untouchables. Great movie. Love the movie. There was a. I can't say it on the air. I was going to say there's a great line in that movie. It doesn't have a swear word in it, but there's a great line in that movie between Sean Connery and I forgot who played Elliot. Kevin Costner. And I think Sean Connery's character says something to the effect of, "Let me tell you, Ness, this whole town stinks. It stinks like a bleep house at low tide." Something like that. Great movie. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So you have at least one high-ranking official in this state. The mayor of New Haven says, yeah, listen, I know we've told you people at ICE, Homeland Security, to go pound sand, but will you give us a call? Yeah. And you wonder why the Dems are at 63% out of touch with America. It's mind-boggling. Joe in Fairfield's with us. Joe, good afternoon. How are you on a Monday?
Well, Paul, the poll you gave out earlier, you're going to give these poor Connecticut liberals a heart attack.
Yeah.
I love it.
63% out of touch. What happened to the great Democratic Party, Joe? What happened?
And I love every minute of it. But I'm going to tell you, I just left my town hall.
Yeah.
So between my finishing up my taxes and my income tax, $11,000 to live in the great state of Connecticut. Guess what? Not much longer. And I recommend that your listeners start, if you really want to leave, start doing your research, because this state is going down the toilet.
Now, have you determined? Is it going to be Florida, the Carolinas, Delaware? Where are you heading?
I'm going south. Put it that way.
Okay.
Definitely going south. I don't want to give it up, but I'm going south.
South Jersey. Wait a minute, South Jersey?
No,
South Jersey?
Not even anywhere near New Jersey. But I'm coming down. I was driving down Route 8 earlier.
Yeah.
There's like three guys racing like 100 miles an hour in and out of lanes.
Yeah.
They neutered our police.
Yeah.
They can't do anything. Up by Bridgeport, there's motorcycles 300, 400 strong.
Yep.
Police can't do anything. This is what these liberal Democrats want. So this is what you get.
Yeah. Yeah. And you got the mayor. You got the mayor of New Haven. I don't know whether you heard that soundbite I played. You got Mayor Elliker he wants ICE to call them when they're coming in town.
Yeah. How's that going to work out? It's more like our grandparents used to say, it's going down the turlet.
The turlet. All right, Joe. The turlet. Joe channeling his best Archie Bunker with the turlet.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident reported, exit 10 on Route 7. North and southbound closed between Branchville and Florida Hill Roads because of an accident. Route 8 northbound accident at exit 5. That's taking out 2 lanes. And 95 northbound at least an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway really isn't much help. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship. It's a good time.
I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't.
When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
And we looked at some of the numbers on Friday. What do you think? 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Brand new Wall Street Journal poll. They were talking about it all weekend on the national shows. There was even some local reaction to it around here in the state. 63% say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. How did that happen? How did that happen? Did you leave the party? Did the party become too centrist for you, even here in Connecticut? Or did the party leave you? Did you leave the party because you didn't like what they were doing? Or did the Democratic Party leave you because they're just, geez, I don't know, leaning too far left. And if you're a Democrat, how on earth do you fix that?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is in Scotland today and says he told the Israeli Prime Minister aid must get to Palestinians in a different way.
We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people.
Israel has begun pausing military operations for several hours a day to allow aid in. 2 people have been killed and 3 others hospitalized after a shooting at a casino in Reno, Nevada. Nearly 190 million Americans are under some sort of heat advisory today, from Florida to Iowa and all along the East Coast. Scott Marder of the Red Cross in Baltimore.
Extreme heat kills more people in the United States than any other natural disaster. Obviously, staying in air conditioning helps. But if you don't have air conditioning, go to a shopping mall or a library or a cooling center.
Colorado coach Deion Sanders says he was diagnosed with an aggressive form of bladder cancer, but after surgery, his doctors consider him cured. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road, and arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described exactly what happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring in to the loss of Moreau. At that same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau, and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. Governor Ned Lamont today at a press availability was asked about the newest draft of a controversial housing bill that came out of the General Assembly, but the governor wound up vetoing.
We've had a lot of discussions regarding the housing bill with the legislative leadership as well as the mayors. And we drafted some language, submitted to the legislature. They're taking a look at that now, putting it into legalese. They're going to get back to us. We'll take a look at it and work with some of the first selectmen and mayors as well to get their point of view.
The governor is expecting some more updates as time goes by. New Haven officials say an 18-year-old male student at Wilbur Cross High School was detained by ICE officials at his place of work on July 22nd. He is currently being held at a facility in Massachusetts. This comes after a woman was taken into ICE custody in New Haven last month, allegedly in front of her children. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker expressed frustration that ICE agents are not properly identifying themselves.
It's concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves, that try to arrest someone we don't know about it, and there's some conflict.
The woman who was taken into custody last month was deported last week back to Mexico. Meanwhile, the Wilbur Cross student is a recent immigrant from Guatemala, and New Haven and school officials say they will offer him whatever support they can. Governor Ned Lamont has activated the state's extreme hot weather protocol beginning today and running until at least Wednesday. The governor says temperatures will be in the 90s each of the days with high humidity, making it feel like over 100 degrees. This is the third time the extreme hot weather protocol has been activated by Lamont this year. Anyone in the state without a location to beat the heat can dial 211 to find the nearest cooling center. A man has serious injuries after a firework exploded in his hand at the Savin Rock Festival in West Haven. The victim apparently picked up an unexploded firework with a short wick and tried to light it on Saturday, but it blew up in his hand. Paramedics who were nearby heard the explosion and rushed to the scene to help the victim. The unidentified 36-year-old man was rushed to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries. And Milford's inaugural Lobster Roll Festival has been scheduled for September 20th. The Milford Chamber of Commerce says the city is the home of the original lobster roll, and the event at Walnut Beach will celebrate that history. Harold Perry has been credited with inventing the hot buttered lobster roll at his Perry's restaurant in 1927. The festival will feature lobster rolls from local chefs, along with a beer and wine garden, live music, and other entertainment. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident reported exit 10 on Route 7. North and southbound closed between Branchville and Florida Hill Roads because of an accident. Route 8 northbound accident at exit 5. That's taking out 2 lanes. And 95 northbound at least an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway really isn't much help. Match Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Talk or text, same number, 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. Couple of days after a new Wall Street Journal poll came out showing that 63% of people polled. They polled about 1,500 people across the U.S., which you can get a pretty accurate reading. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it does work. To a point, 63% of voters in that new Journal poll. They say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. Do you agree? Yes or no? And, you know, nobody ever wants to hear out of touch with when it comes to polling. You can ask a question like, hey, do you support X president or President X, Y, and Z bombing so-and-so? Or do you support this or that party pushing a bill? But out of touch is something that you never want to hear. It's like a coach in any sport. We're coming into football season, so invariably you're going to hear some coach say, hey, we weren't prepared to play today, or we didn't expect what they gave us in the first quarter or the first half. Well, that's not good. That means preparation is not there. That means to a point you're not taking things, carefully or seriously. So you don't want to hear that 63% of Americans think the once great Democratic Party is out of touch with the average American's concerns. How did that happen? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And to that point, again, you hear over the weekend in Connecticut, hundreds more showing up for protests around the state. You had people, I guess, protesting various Trump policies in Middletown, West Hartford, New Haven, Killingly, Westport, and Fairfield County. Protest billed is, quote-unquote, families first, meant to bring people together to collectively demand an end to policies that harm kids, seniors, and families, organizers say. Those involved include SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, no surprise there. Move On, Moms Rising, Planned Parenthood, and one of my favorites, Families Over Billionaires. I guess they did the ballroom testing there, or the auditorium testing with billionaires. So again, I wonder how many of these people, as well-intentioned as they might be, I'm not saying they're not sincere, but how many people that go to these protests think, well, wait a minute now, hold it. Why would people vote for the other guy we're protesting? Has any one of these protests asked themselves honestly, saying, geez, if this guy is so bad, and maybe some people think he is, but it's a question nobody wants to confront. If this guy is so bad, and many people think he is, if he is so egregious, and if they are likening this guy to a Stalinist Russian, a World War II type modern fascist, whatever, then how did he win twice? And when he lost, between wins numbers 1 and 2, he didn't lose by all that much. Is there any impetus, is there any effort at all for anybody to think inwardly, to look at themselves in the mirror and say, well, maybe he's winning because we're dropping the ball here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC Talk, or text. Got a couple of text messages here regarding what we're talking about. Hi, Paul. Also, when you're in a minority, you do not get important committee appointments or leadership roles in Congress. I feel the Democratic Party may feel like others. But what are they doing to change that? That's my point. What are they doing to change that? And you've got Chris Murphy out there, and he's taking an uber progressive message to a red state like Ohio. Is that going to work? See, sometimes instead of trying to plug your message into holes where it may fit or may not fit, maybe you alter the message. See, Chris Murphy is going on the road with Martin Frost and a few other uber left members of Congress and saying, well, we'll pick off some people there, we'll pick off some people there. Well, no, Senator, with all due respect, why don't you better mold your message to people who may not like Trump? But again, there are people out there who may think, Senator, with all due respect, they may think your party, again, is broken. They decided to go with crazy instead of broken.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find. five.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 westbound accident reported exit 10 on Route 7. North and southbound closed between Branchville and Florida Hill Roads because of an accident. Route 8 northbound accident at exit 5. That's taking out 2 lanes. And 95 northbound at least an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway really isn't much help. And that Krause with WICC traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow is sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, a little bit later on, we'll be hearing from a member of the General Assembly, one of the signers to a letter from the state Senate Republicans wanting to know more specifics about the reassignment of Terrence Chang. Remember him? Yeah. He's the guy that makes $440,000 a year and was doing a little funny business with a state credit card. Well, did he get fired? No. Chang just got basically moved to another office, and another slap in the face for Connecticut taxpayers. So we'll talk to our buddy Rob Sampson about that coming up later on. Hey, we're going to discipline him. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just going to stick him in a new office and hope that everybody forgets about it. Mind-boggling. Let's go to the phones. Sherry in Shelton. Hello, Sherry. How are you?
Hi, Paul. How are you today?
I'm good, Sherry. How are you? What's on your mind?
Good, good. Well, just sitting in traffic on 95, listening to your show.
Thank you.
As I always do.
Thank you.
So, not directly related to what you were talking about a little earlier about the Democrats, but somewhat related. I think a lot of us, Republican and Democrats, are very concerned about the food prices. And just as an example, I was in the grocery store yesterday at the deli purchasing imported prosciutto di Parma from Italy, and it was $29.99 a pound. And I couldn't get over it. I just needed it, to make prosciutto Malone for some company. And, the deli hand said to me, it's because of the tariff.
Okay.
It's imported food. And I think that's what a lot of us are concerned about right now. Like when, are the effect of these tariffs going to be a little bit more manageable for our wallets?
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that, Sherry, because I do have a guest coming on about the tariffs next half hour at 4:15. And one of the things I was going to ask him specifically was what's the impact going to be for the average person here in Connecticut? And I guess with the prosciutto at $30 a pound, we're already seeing that. Sherry, you there? Oh, guess we lost Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate it. Maybe the traffic there on 95 just slurped up her phone signal there. Wow, that's some pretty good prosciutto there. $30 a pound. What did I see the other day that I was shocked at? Now, I don't buy a lot of deli meats. I just don't. Believe me, I worked in a deli as a kid for years and years and years. So just the sight of a slicing machine gives me hives and twitches. But I'm not going to say where. It's a place I frequent a lot, and they're very nice people there. But I saw provolone, $11 a pound? Really? Provolone, is that out of whack? Did I misread that? Now, I don't know what kind of provolone it was, but provolone, it was imported provolone, I guess. I don't know. $11 a pound? Jeez. I'll just buy Cheese Whiz. I'll do the cheese. Look, I love me some provolone on a nice provolone sandwich sometimes. Not for $11 a pound, I will. No, I understand. There are costs involved. But for that kind of money, I'm just going to do what is that, cheese in a can? I forgot. Aerosol cheese? I'll just do that. Just throw it on a cracker there. Hey, what's the difference? Aerosol cheddar or a nice nutty provolone? 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Linda in Bridgeport. Linda, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul. It's Linda, the house hermit.
Hi, Linda. How you been?
I haven't talked to you in a while because I've been disgusted with politics.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I figured I'd
Sure.
get in the mix, and I'll just mention something you've been talking about, and then before I get off,
Sure.
I would like to bring in some interesting, items
Sure.
for the listeners.
Mhm.
Okay. So you want to know why Trump won? Well, both parties are corrupt. I've old enough to realize I never understood that concept of uniparty. Now I understand it. They're both corrupt. Trump won because he was the better of the two. Kamala Harris, didn't even know how to talk. She couldn't answer questions. I mean, she was just terrible. And this is the choice that the American people have.
Yeah.
They're both corrupt. They're both the same. And people are disgusted. And this is what democracy is. It's disgusting. Okay. So I did vote for Trump because I liked his views on immigration and law and order. But he's turned out to be a phony. He's turned out to be a phony.
You've gone phony on Trump, Linda. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Well, he is. I mean, he kept saying for hundreds of times he was going to end the war in Ukraine in one day.
Okay.
And now he said it's sarcastic.
Okay.
I mean, he's just a complete phony. And this thing about Epstein.
Okay.
I just watched the Tucker Carlson interview with this guy, historian about Epstein. Trump, he was going to lay out all the cards and show what's going on. Trump's a phony. This is what we have for democracy. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I want to bring in, when I call, I want to bring in something interesting for listeners.
Yeah.
Okay. So I found out on Apple Plus News about this astrologer, and I'm thinking, phony, psychic, whatever. Anyways, she's like big news because she predicted the exact day that Biden said he was going to drop out of the race.
Really? What's her name? Who is it?
Oh, I don't have, no, I think it's Amy something.
Okay.
I don't know. All you have to do is query in astrology or who predicted Biden dropping out, and you'll find it.
All right.
Anyways, she's got some crazy predictions coming up.
What's she have?
But I'm open. Okay, and reason I'm bringing it up is there's going to be two big things coming up for Trump, according to her.
Okay.
And the two dates she predicts are Tuesday, July 29th, which is tomorrow.
Tomorrow, all right.
So keep that in mind, Paul.
All right.
And August 22nd. So let's see if she's a phony or not.
Now, what is she saying, though? Did she give specific things or just said watch those dates?
The implication was it was not going to be good karma for
Okay.
Trump.
All right. So we got July 29th. I wrote that down. And August 22nd.
Okay. Yeah. And you can find her. Just Google it. I think her name's Amy something. And she's made some other predictions. Apparently, she hates the Republican Party because everybody she's predicted coming up, Gavin Newsom's going to win the next presidential election, et cetera, et cetera. You'll find it all out there.
Right.
Let's see if she's a phony, too.
We'll
so
see,
I wanted
Linda.
to bring in some interesting.
That's pretty cool. Linda, thank you. Take care of yourself. Good to hear from you. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, who knows? Tell you one thing, Gavin Newsom's got himself some good hair. He does. The other thing I like about Gavin Newsom, and I still have some of these shirts at home that don't quite fit me. I have to squeeze myself into them one day. But I like the fact that he wears those, the dress shirts with the white collar, the really big collar on there. And then you finish it off with a little gold collar pin there underneath the tie. I like that. That's pretty good. That's all good. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And he's got some good hair. I don't know how good of a president he'd be, but he's got a nice full head of hair. Who knows? There might have been some augmentation to that hair. It's got a lot of product in there. I like a guy who uses product in his hair. My level of follicles is now pretty much below the number where any product is going to make a difference. But then again, I'm at the age when I don't care anymore. So I am who I am. It took me 64 and change years to get there, but what the heck. All right, so Linda, thank you. We'll have to keep that in mind here. Tomorrow, the 29th of July, 2025, I guess this woman, this psychic Amy, says something is going to happen. And August the 22nd, 2025. There you go. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Now, I remind you of this. It's one of the, every day we do this show here on the Mighty Connoisseur Media Station, WICC 600 AM and 95.9 FM, and of course streaming at voiceofct.com. You know what we do in that first break of the 4 o'clock hour? That's right, our own Chris Williams. He's been sifting through some of the responses we've had on our question of the day, and he'll give you the ones that are most enjoyable to hear. Of course, sifting out the obscenities. But the question, if you want to chime in, and maybe Chris will read your response on the air. 63% of voters in a Wall Street Journal poll say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. Do you agree? Why or why not? That's a big number. That's a big, fat number. 63%. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident exit 40. That has things backed up past the Milford Connector. Upper Merritt northbound, an accident approaching exit 53. Route 8 northbound cleared an earlier problem in Trumbull. And in lower Fairfield County, 95 north, at least an hour runs through Fairfield. 84. Residual delays both directions through Newtown from an earlier issue. I'm Mitch Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for a quick primary care appointment? Start here. Hartford Healthcare Medical Group offers appointments right away, often the next day, with skilled clinicians who partner with you to get you healthy and keep you healthy. We're here for you, whether it's an illness, chronic condition, or a physical, with offices throughout Fairfield County. Visit hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care. That's hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Okay, boot scooting up to news at the top of the hour. Then coming up at the quarter past, our friend Dr. Jim Mose from the University of New Haven talking about tariffs. First, though, Sue in Trumbull is with us. Sue, how are you? Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, Sue.
Hi. I didn't know who to vote for, Biden or Trump, but the last caller was absolutely right. I just couldn't vote for Harris.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel like she was good for our country. But one thing I can report on, I just went to the gas pump.
Yeah.
And it was $2.95.
Oh, below $3. There you go.
And that's in the summer. Okay, so I think that in itself is a win. The border's a win.
Yeah.
Men and women's sports, et cetera, et cetera. Even though, he may not be 100%, on task as to what he started off, saying he was going to do, I still believe that he was a much better choice. And I did lean Democrat.
Really?
So I'm
interesting.
pretty happy with my decision at this point.
All right.
I think the border thing, it was kind of like, they were in plain sight. They were saying that everything was great.
Everything.
And, there was no
Sue,
border.
the border is fine, Sue. Don't worry about it.
And Pelosi crying about the children. I mean, it was like, come when everything was just as far as the economy went.
Yeah.
Everything was great under Biden.
Oh, it was great.
But it wasn't.
It was great.
Yeah.
Sue, I got to run. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. Yeah, now see, there's somebody who said she usually leaned Democrat. And she had to go with DJT there. So there you go. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump indicated there will be a new approach in Gaza as humanitarian groups warn of starvation among Palestinians.
We're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it.
Speaking in Scotland today, he said while the U.S. and other nations are giving food to Gaza, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will make sure they get it. The UN's Tom Fletcher says it will take time to bring Gaza back from the brink.
We need a sustained period of delivery, weeks, months, to build up, to stop that starvation and build up the supplies again.
CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Starvation doesn't end when the eating starts again, and if we've learned anything from history, it's this. The longer hunger is allowed to go on, the deeper those wounds will run, and the harder they will be to heal.
Trump also said today he's cutting short his deadline for Vladimir Putin to stop the war in Ukraine. The 50 days is now 10 to 12, starting today.
There's no reason to wait. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait? And it would be sanctions and maybe tariffs, secondary tariffs.
The Trump administration has sued the Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch over its coverage of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Now it's moving to expedite that case, citing Murdoch's age, 94. Matt Piper reports.
Murdoch's News Corp owns the newspaper, with Trump's attorneys writing, Murdoch's direct involvement further underscores defendants' actual malice. Trump has been furious at the newspaper over a July 17th article asserting his name was on a 2003 birthday greeting for sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump's lawyers want Murdoch to testify within 15 days.
A federal judge says Planned Parenthood clinics must continue to be reimbursed for Medicaid funding. The nation's largest abortion provider is fighting the administration's efforts to defund it. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
The court found that unless the injunction were put on, that there would be many patients across the country that would suffer adverse health consequences because Medicaid and the care would no longer be available.
Planned Parenthood argued without Medicaid funds, more than 1 million patients would lose care for a variety of issues, including cancer screenings. There was a shooting outside a casino in Reno, Nevada today, and conflicting information about how many were injured. Police Chief Catherine Nance.
Officers located several victims of gunshot wounds and other injured parties that they began providing first aid and medical treatment to.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Visit showallegiance.com, and from all of us, thank you for your support.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road, and arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described what exactly happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring in to the loss of Moreau. At that same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau, and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. A man has serious injuries after a firework exploded in his hand at the Savin Rock Festival in West Haven. The victim apparently picked up an unexploded firework with a short wick and tried to light it on Saturday, but it blew up in his hand. Paramedics who were nearby heard the explosion and rushed to the scene to help the victim. The unidentified 36-year-old man was rushed to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries. A large lizard that escaped from a home in Massachusetts where it was being kept illegally has apparently entered Connecticut. The reptile, known as a water monitor, was spotted on Friday near a pond in Thompson, not far from the Massachusetts border. The 5-foot lizard is not known to attack humans or pets, but anyone who spots it should call their local police department. The lizard, named Goose, escaped from its owner in Webster, Massachusetts on July 18th. And if you're proud that Connecticut calls itself the pizza capital of the United States, you'll soon be able to have a vanity license plate to that effect. Earlier today, Governor Ned Lamont showed a sample of the new personalized Vanity Pizza State Connecticut license plates, which feature the slogan, "The Pizza State," on the bottom and a graphic of a slice of pizza on the right. The plates can be purchased through the Connecticut Food Share website, with the proceeds benefiting Connecticut Food Share. When the plate was announced in March, it drew 600 applications in its first week. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident in Milford. Exit 40 has things backed up past the Milford connector. Southbound, you have onlooking delays as well. 91 southbound, an accident, exit 9 on the on-ramp. In Lower Fairfield County, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield with a southbound accident reported approaching exit 12. Parkway overall is your best bet. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow is sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, mulling about the good and the bad, all that ails us and makes us smile here in Fairfield County, all over the great state of Connecticut at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. 63% of all voters polled nationally by the Wall Street Journal, say the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. That's amazing. Do you agree? Yes or no? Why? Talking about the great party of LBJ and JFK and FDR and Harry Truman and Bill Clinton. Just had a couple of callers last hour who said, yeah, not uber thrilled with Trump, but voted for him because I couldn't do Kamala Harris there. So, of course, I posted that question on our Facebook page, and now, as he's wanting to do about this time every day, the intrepid Chris Williams has been sifting through the answers here. Why folks agree or not that the Democratic Party is out of touch with Americans. Chris, of course, sifting out the obscenities, and he has found what amongst your travels today, sir?
The party's mistake is that they listen to the extreme left way too much, said John. Most Americans land in the middle somewhere in terms of their political leanings. It's time for the party to step up and not try to prop up another liberal. If they do, it will be a very long time before we see a president who is a Democrat. Steve said it should be 100%. They just hate America and capitalism. Democrats have gotten away from listening to people, then listen to far left. It's why they need to go back. Every Democrat I've listened to every day, people are going through, especially don't bash Trump. That's from Carlos. No, losing an election doesn't mean they're irrelevant, but Dems need a deeper bench to offset their momentary decline from Paul. And Michael agrees 100%. Taking the side of illegal alien Mexican child rapists is not a winning strategy.
All right, Chris Williams, thank you. We're going to talk about the tariff strategy momentarily. But before we do that, our buddy Ferris is with us. We haven't heard from him in a while. Ferris, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, I'm engaged with the Myrtle Beach area, the Grand Strand of South Carolina. And I'm wondering how much Mangione music. See what I did with the alliteration there?
I like that,
How much Mangione music have you been playing since he did not come down for breakfast last week?
Well, we're not playing it here.
Not say you're going to miss Mangione. Oh, I miss my mother. No, you don't miss people when they give you as much as Mangione gave to you, right?
I played, just so you know, I did play the extended version of Chase the Clouds Away last night when I was home.
Oh, well, see, now you're hitting me where I live. I don't know how you pull that out, but see, Chase the Clouds Away.
Yeah, here we go.
Which starts really with a flute solo.
Yes, very good. Very good.
Very good. Don't give me very good until you keep me on long enough to learn how great it is.
Hurry up. I got a guest waiting. Make it good. Hurry up.
Oh, Chase the Clouds Away. See, Marilyn McCoo has the vocals on that. Also, Esther Satterfield. Do us
wow, you got your jazz chops going here. Wow.
Listen to me.
You listen to me. It's my show. Yes. Yeah,
all right. I'll listen to you. But give us the version of Chase the Clouds Away with Marilyn McCoo singing with
I was playing. No. I played the live in the Hollywood Bowl version, which is the definitive version. Yes.
How about Rockin' at Red Rocks? Give us Feel So Good, because it's popular and all of sheeple know popular music, but they don't know the greatest. Bella Villa is his mother's maiden name. B-E-L-A, 1L, B-E-L-A.
Don't you have a beach to go lay out on?
Oh, the extended.
Where's your home health aide? Where's your home health aide today? Where is she?
Far away.
Did you get your sponge bath? Did you have your sponge bath today?
I'm looking forward to it. I have to have something to look forward to,
Okay, Ferris, it's been great. We'll talk about tariffs coming up right here on Connecticut Today.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on The Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at ConnecticutMade.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident in Milford. Exit 40 has things backed up past the Milford connector. Southbound, you have onlooking delays as well. 91 southbound, an accident, exit 9 on the on-ramp. In Lower Fairfield County, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield with a southbound accident reported approaching exit 12. Parkway overall is your best bet. Traffic Report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight, below and below 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
We had a caller a few minutes ago say that she went in at an area deli and brought some prosciutto di Parma, and it was 20-something bucks a pound, and the friendly deli person said, well, tariffs. Okay. There you go. So what's the deal now with tariffs? Big agreement between the U.S. and the European Union. Let's go to our tariff expert. He's been with us numerous times, University of New Haven, Associate Professor of Accounting and Taxation, Dr. James Mose, back with us today. Hey, Jim, it's Paul here at WICC again. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, Jim. And boy, a lot of interesting stuff here. How significant, Jim, is this deal, this 15% deal now with the European Union? What does that exactly mean here?
That's a pretty big deal. Okay, the European Union has been one of those holdouts.
Yeah,
they were not really interested in negotiating. This is a low rate. I mean, not more than a few hours ago, Trump came along and said, hey, we're expecting the rates worldwide, the tariff rates, to be 15 to 20%.
Mm-hmm.
All said and done. There's 200-odd countries, so things are always in flux with him. Things are always changing.
Yeah.
That's well down from the 15 to 50% that he said last week. So move on these things is phenomenal. And this EU one is a good deal.
Why is it a good deal, Jim? Explain that to some of my listeners who admittedly might say, oh, I don't believe in this tariff stuff. Why is he doing this? Why do you think this is favorable, Jim?
Well, it's favorable because historically the tariffs were much higher, particularly on things like wine and vegetables and other things, a lot of things that we buy from the European Union, flowers. There are some, 12 or 13 odd countries in the European Union, so this is going to be like a tariff agreement on 13 of the 200 countries. They're all going to be holding the same. Now, there's going to be some minor differences depending upon products, but that is a lot less than it was. I don't know if you remember the French wine debacle of a few years ago.
Oh, I do remember this. Yes.
Well, now it's going to be down from 50% to 15%. So those prices should fold through to the U.S. hopefully.
Now, Jim, will there be any blowback, you think, from maybe some? Now, you talk about wine, obviously, and we do have a wine industry in this country. There's wineries here in Connecticut. There's the great vineyards in California. Is this going to cause any consternation from domestic folks here if they're competing with, say, an industry or a type of import, Jim, where the duties will now be lower?
I don't really think so. I mean, your domestic wine consumers are pretty locked into that. I personally am a fan of the Virginia wine of the Trump Winery. They've got some good ones.
Yeah.
Up in Connecticut, we have another winery, which is good.
Sure.
New York wineries. I don't think you're going to see that much because customers who buy that are pretty much locked into that. And I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference in the price differential when it comes down. Might there be some inflation to it? Maybe. This whole inflation nonsense with the tariffs is
let me ask you that, Jim. That was going to be my next question here. Dr. Jim Mose is from the University of New Haven, Associate Prof of Accounting and Taxation. So I'm hearing you, Jim, and saying you think these are good, and then I'm banging through our networks here at the station and all the some of the cable news networks, and you're hearing some people saying, oh, my God, inflation's going to go nuts. So we go from great to horrible. What's their argument? How the naysayers here, Jim, are arguing what?
I'm not even sure because I'll tell you, we have been looking at these tariffs. The tariffs have been settling at lower rates than they were all originally threatened at. Think about it. We've got some big ones still playing. Think about Japan. We settled that greatly. Do you realize there was 400% tariff on exported rice to Japan? They would export their cars here, but we couldn't. They wouldn't import ours there. So it's a balance of trade as well as just the tariffs. The naysayers, they've been saying things. Inflation's going to ruin us. Quite frankly, when it first started, maybe in March or February, March, August, April, thereabouts, it should have already ruined us by now if you listen to them. I mean, strong global growth caused by the tariffs and the negotiations is clearly creating a less than expected inflationary impact. That's what I'm seeing.
All right. And finally, Jim, one of the areas that is always discussed here that affects millions of people is automobiles. And, people like a certain amount of car and, they can only afford so much of a monthly payment or a total price on the car, which are not inexpensive. Now, what do you think the effect will be on the auto industry globally?
Well, I think what you're going to see is in order to avoid tariffs, what a lot of these countries are doing are building plants in the U.S. Products are built in the U.S. I mean, that was part of the Japan deal. They gave us so much money. They committed to so much of investment in the U.S. in new plants. If they build in those new plants and sell in the U.S., there won't be any tariffs. Tariffs are only on imports. If you have something that's built in the country, there's no import tariff on it because it's here already. So I think on the global market, I think, prices really never come down for some reason. Unbeknownst to me. But I don't think they're going to go up because of tariff inflation or anything. I think everybody was running around like a chicken without their head, so to speak, saying, oh, the tide is falling, the sky is falling, everything is going to... And months ago when we first started, what did I tell you? If there is any inflation, it's going to be small. It's not going to be long-lived. we're seeing that now with the way he is bringing down the tariffs. China is the big play right now.
Yeah, I was going to ask you finally to wrap up here, Jim. So is the really big elephant in the room still China here, and how do we figure that out?
Absolutely. Well, they're meeting in Stockholm right now, day one.
Yeah.
There is rumor, and it's only rumor. Right now, he has given them to August 12th, I guess it is, to come to the table with some type of real deal. That there's talk that might be extended again.
Okay.
They may be kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's just talk at this point. President Trump has not come up and said that. Could be the naysayers again. Who knows?
Okay. All right.
But we need to settle our score with China.
Yep.
Without.
And Xi Jinping, of course. Dr. James Mose, University of New Haven, Associate Professor of Accounting and Taxation. Jim, thank you again. We'll keep an eye on this, and I'm sure we'll talk down the road. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, Paul. Take care.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Dr. James Mose, who seems to think the tariffs are a good idea. All right, we'll see. And he is right. You see how they're settling in at much lower levels. Now, again, as we had our previous caller tell us that she was told, well, your prosciutto is $25. But my God, $25 a pound. I remember we used to, prosciutto was a big item in my father's store. Now, again, you're going back to the early to mid 80s. I get it. But back then, how much is that prosciutto? Oh, $6 a pound back then. Oh, boy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident in Milford. Exit 40 has things backed up past the Milford connector. Southbound, you have onlooking delays as well. 91 southbound, an accident, exit 9 on the on-ramp. In Lower Fairfield County, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield with a southbound accident reported. Approaching exit 12. Parkway overall is your best bet. Traffic Report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow is sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. In Scotland today, President Trump met with the British Prime Minister to discuss Gaza and Ukraine. Trump said he isn't giving Vladimir Putin 50 days to stop the fighting anymore, but rather 10 to 12 days, starting today.
He's got to make a deal. It's too many people are dying. It's a really bloody war.
2 people are dead following a shooting outside a casino in Reno, Nevada today. Police Chief Catherine Nance.
We responded to the scene, and within 4 minutes, we had located a suspect, and an officer-involved shooting had occurred.
The suspect is in custody and being treated at a hospital. Several other people were injured. The trade deal between the U.S. and European Union isn't likely to please many American consumers. Tariffs on most European goods are now 15%. Analyst Javier David.
Bottom line is, if you're buying anything from abroad from now on, it's going to cost you more. This is the highest tariffs that we've seen in decades.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road. An arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described what exactly happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring in to the loss of Moreau. At that same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau, and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. Governor Ned Lamont today at a press availability was asked about a rumored draft of a controversial housing bill that made it out of the General Assembly, but he ultimately wound up vetoing.
We've had a lot of discussions regarding the housing bill with the legislative leadership as well as the mayors, and we drafted some language, submitted to the legislature. They're taking a look at that now, putting it into legalese. They're going to get back to us. We'll take a look at it and work with some of the first selectmen and mayors as well to get their point of view.
The governor didn't provide too many details, but a special session is scheduled for September to revisit the bill. Governor Ned Lamont has activated the state's extreme hot weather protocol beginning today and running at least until Wednesday. The governor says temperatures will be in the 90s each of the days with high humidity, making it feel like over 100 degrees. This is the third time the extreme hot weather protocol has been activated by Lamont this year. Anyone in the state without a location to beat the heat can call 211 to find the nearest cooling center. An off-duty Bridgeport police officer has been identified as the fan who was ejected from courtside seats at a Connecticut Sun game. Officer William Riley has been confirmed as the person wearing a Caitlin Clark jersey who was led out of the game between the Sun and Indiana on July 15th. Riley apparently made a comment to Connecticut player Sanaya Rivers that got him the boot. Police Chief Roderick Porter says Riley was off duty and there have been no allegations of misconduct against him. Bridgeport city officials are saddened by the cancellation of the Soundside Music Festival. The event, scheduled for September 27th and 28th, was canceled on Friday with organizers citing circumstances beyond their control. Bridgeport officials say they have learned that ticket sales for this year's lineup were down substantially over the last few years. The headliners this year would have included The Killers and Weezer. Refunds will be provided to those who bought tickets in the near future. A large oil spill at Ansonia High School appears to have been contained. Officials say a malfunction with an in-ground oil tank led to the leak of more than 400 gallons of oil into a storm drain. The oil then flowed into a retention pond and a dry stream bed near a reservoir before stopping. An environmental contractor responded and was able to safely contain the oil. The leak was discovered on Saturday, and crews worked through the weekend to address the situation. New Haven officials say an 18-year-old male student at Wilbur Cross High School was detained by ICE officials at his place of work on July 22nd. He is currently being held at a facility in Massachusetts. This comes after a woman was taken into ICE custody in New Haven last month, allegedly in front of her children. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker expressed frustration that ICE agents are allegedly not contacting the city officials before making these arrests.
It's concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves that try to arrest someone we don't know about it, and there's some conflict.
The woman who was taken into custody last month was deported last week back to Mexico. Meanwhile, the Wilbur Cross student is a recent immigrant from Guatemala, and New Haven and school officials say they will offer him whatever support they can. Sikorsky Financial Credit Union is opening a branch in Fairfield. The Stratford-based financial institution has announced that the new branch will be located on the Post Road near Ruane Street. Officials with the credit union say this new location will connect their Bridgeport and Trumbull branches, making it easier for current and future members to access their services. Sikorsky Financial Credit Union also has locations in Brookfield, Derby, Milford, Seymour, and Shelton. And Milford's inaugural Lobster Roll Festival has been scheduled for September 20th. The Milford Chamber of Commerce says the city is the home of the original lobster roll, and the event at Walnut Beach will celebrate that history. Harold Perry has been credited with inventing the hot buttered lobster roll at his Perry's restaurant in 1927. The festival will feature lobster rolls from local chefs, along with a beer and wine garden, live music, and other entertainment. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound to Milford, accident exit 40, taking out the left lane. Backup starts at exit 35. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, at least an hour runs through Fairfield. The lower parkway is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight, with a low in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
The only place in Fairfield County for live local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot more coming up next hour. Hey, what about this guy who was abusing his state credit card? Not only does he keep his job, he gets a shiny new office. So we'll talk about that coming up. Speaking about talking about things, the story that just gets weirder and weirder every day. Just when you think you have it figured out, here comes the legal twister. We, of course, talk about the Jeffrey Epstein story, something Mr. Trump was championing during the campaign. Now it's, Jeffrey who? CBS News D.C. correspondent Olivia Rinaldi is with us. Olivia, good afternoon. I see we have, another twist and turn today in this story? I mean, my God, when does it end? What's going on here?
Paul, it's a story that literally just won't go away. Two things kind of happened today. One, Trump is out in Scotland, and he was asked about Epstein during this press conference that he had done today. Mm-hmm. And he was asked, about what happened between him and Epstein that led to the rift between them. Remember, Trump keeps saying, well, we had all these issues, we had all these problems, he was a creep, I threw him out of my club.
Yeah.
Today, Trump actually elaborated on what led to this breakup between him and Epstein, resulting from that ban at Mar-a-Lago. And Trump explained that Epstein did something, quote, inappropriate. And then Trump went on to say that Epstein, quote, stole people that worked for me, end quote. That is what Trump said Epstein did. And then Trump said when he did it a second time, then he threw him out of the club. So then he was also asked if he had ever visited Epstein Island.
Yeah.
Trump said, quote, he had never had the privilege of going to his island. That's what he said. But he also noted he turned it down. He was asked, and he turned it down because he didn't want to go to the island. So little twists there, little bits of information that we all went, wait, what? Like, okay, not because people that you worked with you, he tried to steal them or was doing something inappropriate, and then he invited you to the island and you didn't go. So interesting thing there. We also know what's happening right now is that the Justice Department is still doing those interviews with Ghislaine Maxwell, a member, former associate, former girlfriend of Epstein, who's serving a prison sentence for her association for sex trafficking crimes related to Epstein. So she's being interviewed by Todd Blanche, who's one of the one of the DOJ deputy attorney generals.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some reporting out there that she was given some immunity so that she could talk at length about some of the people that were involved in this case. Her lawyer says she talked about over 100 people that were involved in this case. And one last piece of information. Trump did not rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. He was asked about it twice this weekend, once on Friday, today, and again today. And Trump said, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but no one's approached me with it. No one's asked me about it. And he goes, it's news about the aspect of it, but right now it's inappropriate to talk about. So kind of saying, it'd be interesting if I did it, but I don't want to talk about it right now.
Yeah.
So not ruling it out.
No, and Olivia, finally, I'm seeing also this twist here with involving Rupert Murdoch and deposing him. I mean, my God, what's up with that?
So that's related to that Wall Street Journal lawsuit, that defamation lawsuit that the president filed against the paper for that report that they had about that bawdy birthday letter that the president allegedly wrote to Epstein for his 50th birthday. Now, we have not independently confirmed that letter, but based on the reporting, they say they wrote him a birthday letter. Trump denies it. He says he has never, he does not draw. He doesn't do lewd drawings either of women, which is what was included in the report. So as a result, he's suing them. As a part of that lawsuit, he's suing Rupert Murdoch, and he wants to get Rupert Murdoch deposed and soon, citing his age. Now, mind you, this is someone who has been a longtime friend of the president. So really interesting twist there. Clearly, the knives coming out on both sides of that lawsuit as it ratchets up.
Yeah. Olivia, thanks. And having been a street reporter for about 10 or 15 years, I know what you're going through. You write a script for this. And 2 minutes after you wrote that script, it's no good. So my
Truth Social notifications are always on. Always.
Exactly. Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. Olivia, thanks. We'll chat down the road. Thanks.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, there you go. Man, imagine being in the White House press corps and having a oh, jeez. Oh, man. Do a little business, come back. Bill in Bridgeport, you're up next on the phones right here on WICC.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect high UV levels with a max UV index of 8 or 9. Air quality will be poor with an AQI in the 50s and 60s, but you should have good conditions for the beach or pool outside of some afternoon thunderstorms. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed mixed today, somewhat unenthusiastic about the deal struck between the United States and the European Union, although sectors of the market did better, like defense and like energy, all of which could benefit from the deal struck between the U.S. and the European Union, putting 15% tariffs on European goods coming to the United States, but promises from the EU to buy more defense equipment and energy products as well. The Dow lost 64 points today to 44,837. S&P eked out a new all-time high by a point to 63.89. While the Nasdaq advanced 70 points to a new high of 21,178. Yields on the 10-year note jumped to 4.41%. The dollar firmed strongly as trade tensions are evaporating. Potential demand for U.S. energy products from Europe, pushing oil up nearly $2 a barrel to $67.10, while gold slipped more than $19 to $33.16 the ounce. This in a week when we're going to get the first look at second quarter GDP, the Fed's decision on interest rates Wednesday, and the unemployment report come Friday. A lot still ahead, plus earnings.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I was always tired, with weekly bouts of indigestion. A friend asked me, when was the last time you did a detox? Never, I said, so she recommended Active Liver.
Our liver works hard every day to remove toxins from processed foods and unclean air and water. But too many toxins can overwhelm the liver, causing it to actually store toxins in our body fat. Low energy, brain fog, headaches, bloating, and skin irritation are all telltale signs that we need to act. Water or juice fasts can help, but often require days or weeks of feeling tired and sick. Thankfully, there's an easier way. Active Liver from New Nordic is a natural supplement that helps your liver effectively eliminate toxins on a daily basis, leaving you feeling better with more energy and less bloating.
Within a week of taking Active Liver, I was feeling better, and now I have more energy than I've had in years.
Available in both tablet or delicious gummies, you can find Active Liver online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS or Meijer Grocery.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound to Milford, accident exit 40, taking out the left lane. Backup starts at exit 35. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, at least an hour runs through Fairfield. The lower parkway is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You found where Connecticut comes to talk. Join the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Like the man saith, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Hope all is well with you and yours. News. Top of the hour, our buddy, our pal, Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson. Man, we're going to have a story next hour. It's going to drive you crazy. It's basically the majority Democrats in Hartford flipping the bird to Connecticut taxpayers. We'll talk about that momentarily. Bill in Bridgeport is with us. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Paul, how about something good and nice for a change?
How about that? What do you got?
How's this?
Yeah.
For weeks now, I've been down at Seaside with my binoculars.
Okay.
With my bird book.
Yeah.
Bridgeport is the home to not one, not two, but 3 pair of nesting bald eagles.
Really? Where?
One of them is in Ash Creek, one pair. There's a pair over Pleasure Beach, and there's another pair somewhere in the harbor area. I hope it's not in the smokestack, but if it's in the smokestack, they can't touch that. That's federal.
Really?
You cannot take and bother or destroy an eagle's nest. It's a federal offense.
So you've spotted these eagles with your binoculars? You've seen them?
Yep, and I verified it with the Audubon Society. They just got a report about it, and they verified it. There are three nesting nests of eagles.
Interesting.
Bald eagles in Bridgeport.
Now Connecticut
I'm
is
watching them come down.
Yeah.
I'll watch them go down the water, grab a fish, and take off.
Oh, those.
How
Now, Governor Lamont has not taxed those bald eagles, has he? He hasn't thrown a tax.
No, not yet.
Yeah, they are magnificent. They are magnificent
You go down
creatures.
to Seaside Park by the cannon. That Seaside Park.
Yeah,
you see them over there.
Interesting. Magnificent creatures, Bill.
For weeks, I've been down there with the book every day.
Yeah, nice.
And I finally got the verification today from the Audubon Society. Yes, we just found out recently they have 3 pair of nesting bald eagles in Bridgeport.
And remember, Bill, it wasn't all that long ago when they were endangered.
Almost extinct.
Yeah, almost. Think about that.
The same thing with the bison. They were almost extinct. Now you got a couple farms in Connecticut that raise them.
Absolutely.
There was one farm in Torrington that had a white buffalo born, and they had Native Americans from around the country there.
A white buffalo, really? Interesting.
White buffalo is a very sacred animal to the Native Americans.
Yeah. All right.
And that year there were 2 white buffaloes born. That year the one was born in Torrington.
So are they still are they
Midwest.
still alive? Are they still there? Where are they?
Oh, there's a farm there. They're farm raised, but the white buffalo, no, nothing happens to that.
Yeah. Wow.
That's kept alive. They don't use those for food.
Well, Bill, we thank you, my friend. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate the call there. There you go. So we have he said there are three bald eagle nests, Seaside Park. All right, there. Now, he brought up something interesting. Can you imagine if now I guess if remember that smokestack is coming down when it was supposed to be right around the music festival, which of course we hear in the news is not happening. I guess slow ticket sales there, whatever. People have a tolerance of what they'll pay to see who or whom. You imagine if the feds came in or the Audubon Society and said, you can't take the smokestack down. Oh, man. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Yeah, remember when bald eagles were it wasn't all that long ago, right? 15, 20, 25 years ago, and it just proves with proper wildlife management, and you just leave stuff alone, let it mate. Mother Nature will take care of it, and if it does, if you allow it to take its course and don't kill it, you don't kill it and grill it, you don't kill it and stuff it or whatever. I'm not into trophy hunting. I know a lot of people do that. God bless you, whatever you like, as long as it's legal. Hunting and you eat something, that's different. To me, come on, that was going on for millions of years, obviously. But the other way around, trophy hunting, no, not really. But Bill, we thank you for that little info. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Well, at least this is natural. At least you have a natural resumption of the lives of these bald eagles. Makes it kind of cool. They're around. And at least we have done that naturally, unlike this effort now to bring. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. There's this effort to bring back to life a prehistoric bird. Listen, it's one thing if you follow protocols and say, hey, with whatever endangered species there are, you don't hunt them for game, you don't hunt them for food, you don't hunt them for trophy, you let their numbers grow again. But this effort, and I think it's led by Peter Jackson, the movie director. Did you see this a few weeks ago? The guy is infatuated with this bird, I guess, in New Zealand. He's a native of New Zealand or lives there. And there was this prehistoric bird that's gone. It is extinct. But now they're basically trying to do, and they did this already with one animal. And it was something to do with a fox or something, if I remember that correctly. So now Peter Jackson and a bunch of people, this is a biosciences company, they're going to resurrect this huge bird. Why? What are you doing? Did you not see the Jurassic Park movies? Did you not see the Jurassic Park movies? Did you not see the Planet of the Apes movies? Stop playing with this. Please, stop it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Traffic and weather together. We continue right here on a Monday on Connecticut Today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound to Milford, accident exit 40, taking out the left lane. Backup starts at exit 35. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, at least an hour runs through Fairfield. The lower parkway is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight, below in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt, love, support hope. Choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the 1%ers, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, here it is. It's called the MOA, the moa bird. It's like an ostrich. It doesn't fly. And it's been gone for about 600 years. I prefer you let these animals stay gone. I've seen too many Saturday afternoon movies where this stuff doesn't turn out well. Filmmaker Peter Jackson, mega guy, has directed huge movies. He's one of the biggest private collectors of bones of the New Zealand bird called the moa. He's partnering now with a biotech company known for its grand and controversial plans to bring back lost species. No! What are you doing? He's gotten together with Colossal Biosciences to genetically engineer living birds to resemble the extinct South Island giant moa, which once stood, how big these freaking birds are? 12 feet tall. How is this a good idea? He's giving them $15 million, and he and his partner, Fran Walsh. It's going on at a New Zealand research center as well. Scientists say the idea of bringing back extinct species into the modern landscape is likely impossible, although it may be feasible to tweak the genes of living animals to have similar physical traits. The moa had roamed New Zealand for 4,000 years until they became extinct about 600 years ago because of being overhunted. Hey, why stop at the moa? Let's bring back a T-Rex, shall we? Let's bring back a velociraptor. Oh, people are worried about AI. I'd be a lot more worried about bringing back living things who are no longer living. Well, Paul, maybe they're not living because we killed them. Yeah. So what? They're gone. Don't play with Mother Nature. Remember the margarine commercial? They already brought back a genetically engineered wolf. They're called dire wolves. Do you know this? We have brought back a species of wolf. Why, I don't know. Again, have these guys not seen the Jurassic Park movies?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. It is dangerously hot in much of the country again.
Honestly, I feel like as a child, the heat is not the same as it is now. It feels like it's on a completely different level.
That woman in New Orleans, records are being set in places like Florida, a lot of it having to do with the extreme humidity. CBS's Jim Krasula reports.
Nearly 190 million Americans, more than half of the nation's population, are under heat alerts today. Scott Martyr is with the American Red Cross in Baltimore.
Extreme heat kills more people in the United States than any other natural disaster. Obviously, staying in air conditioning helps. But if you don't have air conditioning, go to a shopping mall or a library or a cooling center.
Tampa, Florida hit 100 degrees Sunday for the first time since they started keeping weather records there more than 130 years ago. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
Dozens of people were killed in Gaza today, and aid delivery was chaotic, even as Israel paused its military operations for several hours to allow more aid in. Kate Phillips Barrasso is with Mercy Corps.
Catastrophic is the right word, with zero exaggeration to describe the situation. I think this is probably one of the most extreme situations that I've worked on in 20 years of humanitarian assistance.
The UN says some aid trucks are being unloaded by crowds before they reach their destinations. President Trump in Scotland called for more Gaza aid. He also shortened the deadline for Vladimir Putin to end the war in Ukraine.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting.
Trump's trade deal with the European Union raises tariffs on most European goods to 15%. Analyst Javier David says we're likely to feel that in the wallet.
For consumers, you're going to see higher prices, but relatively stable ones on things like wine, cheese, some retail, bed sheets, and IKEA.
How much time are you spending online? CBS News correspondent Matt Piper on the latest research.
A new poll from the telecommunications company Optimum finds Americans spend nearly half their day online. On average, people are spending 10 hours daily accessing the World Wide Web, about 5 hours browsing, working, doing emails, or scrolling social media, and the other half streaming videos or TV shows. A poll of 2,000 people found that for general internet usage, most use their cell phones. Matt Piper, CBS News.
On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. Investors not overly thrilled with the trade deal with the EU. The Dow was off 64. The S&P was little changed. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, It's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road. An arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described what exactly happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring in to the loss of Moreau. At that same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau, and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. Governor Ned Lamont today at a press availability was asked about a rumored draft of a controversial housing bill that made it out of the General Assembly, but he ultimately wound up vetoing.
We've had a lot of discussions regarding the housing bill with the legislative leadership as well as the mayors. And we drafted some language, submitted to the legislature. They're taking a look at that now, putting it into legalese. They're going to get back to us. We'll take a look at it and work with some of the first selectmen and mayors as well to get their point of view.
The governor didn't provide too many details, but a special session is scheduled for September to revisit the bill. A large oil spill at Ansonia High School appears to have been contained. Officials say a malfunction with an in-ground oil tank led to the leak of more than 400 gallons of oil into a storm drain. The oil then flowed into a retention pond and a dry stream bed near a reservoir before stopping. An environmental contractor responded and was able to safely contain the oil. The leak was discovered on Saturday, and crews worked through the weekend to address the situation. And a large lizard that escaped from a home in Massachusetts where it was being kept illegally has apparently entered Connecticut. The reptile, known as a water monitor, was spotted on Friday near a pond in Thompson, not far from the Massachusetts border. The 5-foot lizard is not known to attack humans or pets, but anyone who spots it should call their local police department. The lizard, named Goose, escaped from its owner in Webster, Massachusetts on July 18th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound to Milford, accident exit 40, taking out the left lane. Backup starts at exit 35. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, at least an hour runs through Fairfield. The lower parkway is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You may remember a few months ago, all heck was breaking loose in parts of Hartford regarding, remember the guy's name, Terrence Cheng? And it turned out Mr. Cheng, who at one time was the chancellor of the Connecticut State College and University system, and he was making about $442,000 a year. Huge money, mainly taxpayer money. He was playing fast and loose, allegedly, with a state credit card. Big dollar stakes, chauffeured rides. Even though he got a stipend to live and move to Connecticut, he apparently didn't do that. Well, we had this big hullabaloo, and they wouldn't fire him. The state didn't want to. They reassigned him. So essentially, in a slap in the face to Connecticut taxpayers, they reassigned this guy, Terrence Cheng, and now the Hartford Courant did a pretty good story here regarding the reassignment of Terrence Cheng. So basically, the guy is still going to draw the money on his last year of his contract. But we have members of the Connecticut General Assembly, Senate members Henry Martin, Steve Harding, and Rob Sampson, and Rob is standing by. Just want some basic questions asked. Cheng will continue to earn about $442,000 despite the, I don't want to say improprieties because there's legalities here, despite the, shall we say, misguided spending habits that he was doing with a state-issued credit card. Basically, he's getting a new office and nothing is changing here. So we have Senators Sampson, Martin, and Harding asking some basic questions here of the Connecticut State College and University system. Is Cheng traveling in his new role? Can you provide information regarding how his travel plans are? Does he have a P card? Does he oversee over other staffers? Does the board chair, the board chair, I guess, declined to comment on some of these questions. Why is that? Is Mr. Cheng required to work in an office? If so, how many days a week is that requirement? Will Mr. Cheng routinely attend Board of Regents meetings and update the board work? So none of these questions have been answered. But here's the bottom line. To me, and we'll talk with Rob Sampson momentarily, to me, the fact that the guy is still employed, and I know they're saying, well, he didn't break any hard and fast rules. Yeah, but if they wanted to get rid of him, they could. They just didn't want the court fight here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk to Rob in a moment. John in Trumbull's with us at 10 after. John, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, how's it going? You were talking about the giant bird a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Did you know that Airman Goering of World War II fame headed up a little pet project of his own to bring back the giant aurochs, which was a type of ox of ancient times. And he wanted to bring it back so that he could hunt it and would present a challenge to him.
Jeez.
Now, they obviously didn't know about DNA at the time.
Yeah.
So they were trying to do it via selective breeding. You know, breeding largest, most aggressive regular oxen and try to bring back the aurochs.
Not a good idea, John. I don't think so. Can you imagine it? All right, John, thank you. Appreciate it. I did not know that. See? My listeners learn me stuff. Yeah, this whole thing we're talking about, this Peter Jackson, the movie director, he's helping out this bioscience company. We're going to bring back, I guess he's fascinated with this 12-foot tall, like pseudo-gigantic ostrich, which can fly. Look, we don't need to bring back anything that's 12 feet tall or anything even smaller. They've done this with a mouse, too. Why are we doing this? Did they not see Jurassic Park? Just wondering. Joe in Monroe. Hello, Joe.
How you doing? So they reassigned this guy, right? $400,000 a year.
Yeah.
And, he's stealing money from us, from the state of Connecticut. You wonder why Donald Trump was elected, right, to clean house, because everyone is completely and totally doesn't trust government anymore. I mean, this is the definition of organized crime. that they keep this guy on the payroll. That he doesn't even get his hand slapped. And he basically gets.
And my guess is, and Joe, I do have to run. We have Rob Sampson standing by. My guess is, and I'll ask Rob this: is this a case of maybe just saying, let's pay him the last year, because if he sues us, saying he technically didn't break any rules because the rules are a little nebulous, are we going to have to pay big money for lawyers?
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Water Doctor and Bridgeport Harbor Marina, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. thesurfside.com. Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity. The Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. thesurfside.com.
For 90 years, Social Security has delivered every check, every month, keeping its promise to hardworking Americans and helping millions of Connecticut residents retire with dignity. As we celebrate Social Security turning 90, AARP promises to keep it strong for older Americans today and our kids and grandkids tomorrow. Join us. Sign the pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/we earned it. That's aarp.org/we earned it. Paid for by AARP.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
825 connector southbound, police activity reported approaching the 95 splits. Everybody's slowing down for a look. 95 northbound, at least an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't going to help you much. Out of New Haven, 95 southbound jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. And northbound, you have residual delays in Milford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Traffic reports powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight, with a low in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As we mentioned, we have some folks from the state Senate here on the Republican side signing a letter, Henry Martin, Steve Harding, and Rob Sampson, looking for maybe just some answers here as to what's going on with Terrence Cheng. Kudos to the Hartford Courant for running this weekend story, detailing, I guess, unless I'm missing something here, Mr. Cheng just getting a new office, perhaps, and that's the penalty for misusing a state credit card. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One of those folks signing that letter, Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson, ranking Republican on the legislature's new Government Oversight Committee. How about that? Rob, good afternoon. Are we going to have any oversight on this fiasco or not?
Well, I'd love to see some oversight, Paul. And we actually did. You kind of caught me off guard with the question, but it's a great question. And we did actually pass a bill last year, Senate Bill 1468, which is going to set up new procedures for P cards across state government.
Nice.
Somebody's going to have to be assigned to be kind of the gatekeeper and to keep track of what these P cards can be used for and, account for how the money is spent. So I think that's a definite step in the right direction. I was overall pretty frustrated with how the Government Oversight Committee got started. I wanted to jump in and turn it into a Doge for Connecticut.
Oh, geez.
But we did accomplish a few minor things. So I guess I'll take what I can.
No,
get, right?
you try to do Doge here, Rob. You better check your brake lines and have somebody taste your food. Let me tell you something like that. Wow, geez. Okay, so Mr. Cheng here. This was well documented. Folks found out that he was making $400 and change a year running the Connecticut State College and University system, not UConn. We should say that. That's separate. This is the other system, Eastern, Southern, Western, and Central, plus a couple of other schools. So, Rob, tell me, am I wrong here or not? Does it just appear to me he's just getting a new office here with some new duties? Because he didn't really, I know he's technically not the chancellor anymore, but what else really happened to this guy?
Right. Yeah, no, he's been demoted or promoted, depending on how you want to look at it, to strategic advisor. I don't know. Now he's got a job that pays the same amount where he has to do much less work. I don't know. That sounds like a promotion to me.
Yeah.
But, very frustrating. This is going back to December when this all first came out. And at the time, he had a year and a half to go on his contract, which I believe ends at the end of June of next year. And, this has just been kind of plodding along. It took until the end of February for the legislature to actually get him to come before us. And he did a bit of a mea culpa, but that was the end of it. What's remarkable, though, listening to the conversation you're having with your listeners, Paul, is that, the idea that somehow this is happening because they're afraid that going to court might end up costing an even prettier penny. But they've already changed this gentleman's job classification, which to me is an acknowledgement that something was wrong.
Yeah.
And if they're worried about getting sued, I think he would have grounds to do that if he had a dispute over what happened. I don't think there's a dispute over what happened. I'm told that the amount spent is above $25,000. It is travel, alcohol and tips, $60 quote-unquote succulent steaks. This is the kind of thing, a guy making $442,000 a year doesn't need an expense account, frankly. And to be abusing it on top of that is just a slap in the face to the hardworking taxpayers in the state and the people that are paying tuition to go to the Connecticut State University system.
And Rob, you know what? You're right. I was going to touch on this. Listen, if I want to buy stuff for whatever reason, I'm trying to schmooze somebody, or it might be on the margins or whatever. You know what? If I'm making $400 larger a year, Rob, I'm paying for the steak out of my own pocket, and I'm getting a receipt to show that I paid for it out of my own pocket. But Rob, you see this all the time. This is the tone deafness that goes on with all branches of government, where how can they think the common person, Rob, wouldn't look at this and go, are you kidding me? Really?
Right. Yeah, I'm hoping that there's people driving down, Route 15, Route 8 right now, yelling at the radio at our conversation, because I know I would be. It's extremely frustrating. And, we've done a lot, Senate Republicans, Senator Harding and myself in particular, and a few of our other, Republican senators. We've been highlighting corruption at the state government level in a big way over the last year. And it seems like there's one thing after another. You got this situation with Pura and Senator Fonfara and the Marissa Gillette thing, and then you've got tow trucks with the DMV. I mean, it just goes on and on. It seems like there's a new, potential swamp. Just like people think of Washington and the deep state and the swamp. Well, in Connecticut, we've had the Democrats have had complete and utter control of state government, all three branches, for decades. And, it's hard to know just how deep this type of thing goes.
And Rob, the one that gets me, that's kind of one of my pet things to just go off on. And a lot of people, Rob, it's out of mind because it's out of sight. It's way in the eastern part of the state. The whole state pier fiasco and how much that's ended up costing. And it's like you mentioned it, it's a yawn, whatever. Hey, it was supposed to be, $90 million, and how high are we on that fiasco now? It's mind-boggling. So, Rob, whether it's the state pier, the tow truck stuff, or this stuff with Terrence Chang, it's all a slap in the face to taxpayers of this state. Hey, you're an ATM. We'll just keep going back to you.
Right. Couple that with, a state budget that increases spending almost 14% over the next couple of years. I'm getting phone calls almost daily from my constituents. A lot of them are senior citizens in my district. These folks are having difficulty deciding, what bills to pay, whether they're going to purchase their medication or pay their, just recently increased car taxes. Their electric bill. I mean, these are all things that state government does have some impact on. And I think they're all reasons why voters, hopefully next November, might, think of things a little bit differently if they have this stuff on the mind.
So just before we wrap up here, Rob, I just want to make sure I'm not eligible for a P card then. Is that what you're telling me here? I can't get one of those fancy state credit cards in, right? Is that?
Not currently, unless you get yourself one of these cushy state jobs.
For $400 large a year when I'm asking taxpayers to pay for dinner. Oh, man. Rob Sampson. Rob, thanks. We'll chat down the road, my friend. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Always my pleasure, Paul. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Yeah, this guy, Terrence Chang, everybody was outraged at this. Oh, we're going to get him. Yeah, what'd you get him? What'd you get? You're basically, folks, they're giving him a new office. He's now an advisor or whatever whatever. So he still makes $442,000 a year. Never used the stipend, from what I understand. That was a big controversy, too. Has the guy ever moved to Connecticut? But instead he was taking chauffeured rides from New York State? Well, Paul, don't you know he's done a great job? Well, maybe he has done a great job, but that doesn't excuse treating the state kind of like your expense account. I'm sorry. If I'm making $400 and change large, I ain't putting concert tickets. I'm not putting wine. I'm not putting steaks on my state-issued credit card. You talk about arrogant. My God.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
825 connector southbound, police activity reported approaching the 95 splits. Everybody's slowing down for a look. 95 northbound, at least an hour crunch through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't going to help you much. Out of New Haven, 95 southbound jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. And northbound, you have residual delays in Milford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Traffic reports powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
It's never too early to start thinking about your future as you age. Where do you want to live? Would you like to remain in your home? Have you thought about changing care needs? MyPlaceCT.org connects you with resources that can help you make a plan to live how you want. If you're an older adult or person with a disability, you'll find information on services and supports. Find the help you need to plan for the future you want. Visit MyPlaceCT.org. That's MyPlaceCT.org.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Shh. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump has called for more aid to Gaza as the hunger crisis there builds. Kate Phillips-Barroso is with Mercy Corps.
Children are saying things like they want to go to heaven because maybe at least there'll be food there. They're so desperately hungry.
Trump indicated there could be a shift in U.S. policy toward Gaza. On Ukraine, he's changed his mind about a 50-day deadline for Vladimir Putin to end the war. Now it's 10 to 12 days.
I thought we'd be able to negotiate something, and maybe that'll still happen, but it's very late down the process, so I'm disappointed.
From Florida to the upper Midwest, much of the nation is sweltering. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
90s, 100s, and combined with the humidity, a heat index that could easily exceed 115 degrees. Records will be broken.
And as the heat grips the Northeast tomorrow, even more records could fall. On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, local leaders, and fire officials are mourning the loss of a colleague. 60-year-old Raymond Moreau, a volunteer firefighter in Plainville, died in the line of duty while battling a house fire in town yesterday. The fire was reported before 7 a.m. yesterday on Maria Road. An arriving crews found the home engulfed in flames. At a news conference yesterday attended by NBC Connecticut, State Police Captain Kate Coney described what exactly happened that led to Moreau's death.
A piece of the fire truck broke free of the apparatus and struck firefighter Moreau, causing catastrophic injuries to his leg. Firefighter Moreau was transported to the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain, where he succumbed to his injuries during surgery.
The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meanwhile, reaction is pouring in to the loss of Moreau. At that same news conference yesterday, Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection Commissioner Ronell Higgins told WTNH-TV News 8 that Moreau leaves behind a legacy of service.
This isn't merely a job or a hobby. Being a volunteer firefighter, it is a calling. And Ray answered the call.
Moreau was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and served as a volunteer firefighter in Plainville for 35 years, joining the department in July of 1990. Governor Ned Lamont has ordered all U.S. and state flags to fly at half-staff to honor Moreau and they will stay at half-staff until the day of interment. A ceremony is planned tomorrow night to honor Moreau at 7 o'clock at Plainville High School's Tinty Field. Bridgeport city officials are saddened by the cancellation of the Soundside Music Festival. The event, scheduled for the weekend of September 27th and 28th, was canceled on Friday, with organizers citing circumstances beyond their control. Bridgeport officials say they have learned that ticket sales for this year's lineup were down substantially over the last few years. The headliners this year would have included The Killers and Weezer. Refunds will be provided to those who bought tickets in the near future. An off-duty Bridgeport police officer has been identified as the fan who was ejected from courtside seats at a Connecticut Sun game. Officer William Riley has been confirmed as the person wearing a Caitlin Clark jersey who was led out of a game between the Sun and Indiana on July 15th. Riley apparently made a comment to Connecticut player Sanaya Rivers that got him the boot. Police Chief Roderick Porter says Riley was off duty and there have been no allegations of misconduct against him. New Haven officials say an 18-year-old male student at Wilbur Cross High School was detained by ICE officials at his place of work on July 22nd. He is currently being held at a facility in Massachusetts. This comes after a woman was taken into ICE custody in New Haven last month, allegedly in front of her children. At a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker expressed frustration that ICE agents are not contacting city officials before making these arrests.
It's concerning to me that ICE is not notifying us about these activities before they happen, because God forbid New Haven Police Department gets called because there's some folks that are in masks that don't identify themselves that try to arrest someone we don't know about, and there's some conflict.
The woman who was taken into custody last month was deported last week back to Mexico. Meanwhile, the Wilbur Cross student is a recent immigrant from Guatemala, and New Haven and school officials say they will offer him whatever support they can. Governor Ned Lamont has activated the state's extreme hot weather protocol beginning today and running at least until Wednesday. The governor says temperatures will be in the 90s each of the days with high humidity, making it feel like over 100 degrees. This is the third time the extreme hot weather protocol has been activated by Lamont this year. Anyone in the state without a location to beat the heat can dial 211 to find the nearest cooling center. A man has serious injuries after a firework exploded in his hand at the Savin Rock Festival in West Haven. The victim apparently picked up an unexploded firework with a short wick and tried to light it on Saturday, but it blew up in his hand. Paramedics who were nearby heard the explosion and rushed to the scene to help the victim. The unidentified 36-year-old man was rushed to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries. Sikorsky Financial Credit Union is opening a branch in Fairfield. The Stratford-based financial institution has announced that the new branch will be located on the Post Road near Ruane Street. Officials with the credit union say this new location will connect their Bridgeport and Trumbull branches, making it easier for current and future members to access their services. Sikorsky Financial Credit Union also has locations in Brookfield, Derby, Milford, Seymour, and Shelton. Milford's inaugural Lobster Roll Festival has been scheduled for September 20th. The Milford Chamber of Commerce says the city is the home of the original lobster roll, and the event at Walnut Beach will celebrate that history. Harold Perry has been credited with inventing the hot buttered lobster roll at his Perry's restaurant in 1927. The festival will feature lobster rolls from local chefs, along with a beer and wine garden, live music, and other entertainment. And if you're proud that Connecticut calls itself the pizza capital of the United States, you'll soon be able to have a vanity license plate to that effect. Earlier today, Governor Ned Lamont showed a sample of the new personalized Vanity Pizza State Connecticut license plates, which feature the slogan, "The Pizza State," on the bottom and a graphic of a slice of pizza on the right. The plates can be purchased through the Connecticut Food Share website, with the proceeds benefiting Connecticut Food Share. When the plate was announced in March, it drew 600 applications in its first week. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south over 20 minutes from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector, all stemming from earlier issues that have been cleared. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden going down into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight, below and below 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And again, to be fair here, I don't know this Terrence Chang. I don't know him from Adam. I don't know Adam. I know nobody. I stay away from people. No, but seriously, this is not... Whenever I criticize these people, and I have guests on to do that, it's not personal. It's not personal. You know what I mean? It's just business. No, but seriously, maybe the guy's very good at what he does. Does he deserve $440,000 a year? Even with 1 year to go on this contract, they gave him a pseudo new job because they didn't have the guts to fire the guy when he did some things, not illegal, but questionable with the state, what they call the P cards, state credit cards here. Now, again, you know what this is. Because remember when the investigation came out about this, they went out of their way to say, well, maybe the rules for what you can do with these cards aren't well defined. So they went out of their way to give this guy a little bit of wiggle room to say, okay, we can leave him. Because basically, and this is my conjecture, they didn't say this, they didn't want him to sue. Because if he sues the state saying, hey, you can't terminate my contract, I cannot be fired for cause on this, then the Attorney General's office either has to, representing the state, has to assign an attorney to do this, and it's going to cost money and whatever, and who knows if they go, if they assign a state attorney or have to go bring in a consultant, whatever. But thankfully, you have kind of some bipartisan anger on this, that even after these, shall we say, irregularities, the guy still has a job. Democratic State Senator Sujata Gadkar-Wilcox, Democrat Trumbull, saying, quote, it's disconcerting that this much money is even being spent at the administration level to begin with, she said, quoting her again. And that's taking away and distracting from all the amazing work that's happening on campuses. This is the first start for so many students, particularly students who are first-generation students, students of color, students from underserved communities. The CSUs and their state community college system, this is the starting point. These students then go on to contribute to the state in many meaningful ways. Many of them are in the legislature. Well, she's right. Senator from Trumbull, she's right. What do we have, $450,000 for this? Really? You can't get anybody for half of that? $450 large? Well, Paul, it takes a special... I know it does. And again, you don't think if you advertise that job tomorrow with the state of Connecticut, I mean, not even the governor's salary is $400,000. I don't think. I know it's an involved position. I get it. I understand it. Running a 6-branch, I think it's Central, Eastern, Southern, WestCon, and 2 or 3 other schools. So running 6 or 7 schools, yeah, it's probably a tough job. I'm not saying I could do it, but if you're going to pay somebody $445,000, At least, if you're going to do that, expect some decency as to how state money is spent here. New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart says here in the Current, member of the Board of Regents who's exploring a run for governor said Terrence Cheng's new role is, quote, an affront to Connecticut taxpayers. She's right. Quote, it's a shame that former Chancellor Cheng is protected by a contract that essentially rewards past mismanagement. Stewart said in a statement, quoting again, she said, quote, the same salary for less work is troubling, all while hardworking families and students across the state are making tough decisions to make ends meet at the end of the month. She's right. Guy's making 400 and change large and he's charging steaks? Stop. Mayor Stewart went on to say, quote, allowing this to happen without real accountability or plan to prevent this type of contract abuse in the future proves that aspect of the CSCU system, much aspects of the broader state government, are detached from the hard realities people across the state face every day. Mayor Stewart is right. But you see, folks, they protect themselves in Hartford. The people that complain, and let me tell you something. They will kick the taxpayers of this state. Look what they did to protect this guy. Oh, we're going to give him a new job. Because they didn't have the guts to say, you know what, you're fired.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south over 20 minutes from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector, all stemming from earlier issues that have been cleared. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton going down into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect through Wednesday. Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Tomorrow is sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high again in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you may say, well, Paul, this is just political. You're a right-wing nut on the radio, and you just had a right-wing Senate member there, and Nobody's really complaining about right-wingers. Oh, you know how bad this is and how bad, and again, this is nothing against Mr. Cheng, but when the facts came out in this case months ago, as Rob Sampson said, guy should have been bounced. It's so bad that even a major union doesn't like it. Now, when you lose a union, when a state employee's conduct is bad enough that a major union says no, it's bad. We'll go to Bob on the phones momentarily. In the Hartford Current, Madeline St. Amour, Communications Director for the Connecticut State University's American Association of University Professors. So she speaks for the Professors Union at Central, Southern, Eastern, WestCon, and 2 or 3 other schools. She said the union was disappointed that, quote, during this time of immense need, our board has chosen to retain the previous chancellor for nearly $500,000. Here's the only thing I can think of. Now, I thought maybe they were retaining this guy because they didn't want the union to get mad, but it sounds like there's no love lost here in this situation anyway between all the parties, including the union. Now, look, this is the way my mind works. This is just, I'm kind of freelancing here, thinking to myself, what could have convinced the board to just bite their lip and keep him on? I don't know. Could he, and again, this is all conjecture on my part, I'm just guessing here, is this the kind of thing where, I don't know, he would retain a lawyer and then the lawyer would come out and say, well, if you're going to fire my client, got to fire a lot of other people here because he's not the only one doing this. You know, so I don't know. Bob in Weston is here at 10 of. Bob, hello. How are you?
Paul, hope you're keeping cool.
I'm trying, sir. What's on your mind?
A couple things.
Yeah.
I-95, $120 million to put 88 hold-em-up lane, cars in stacks. And that's just for the Nordstrom area.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got the designation as the busiest sector in the United States from Greenwich on up.
Yeah, it's on the top. It's on the list. Yeah.
That's not my big bugaboo.
Okay.
I'm wondering, Paul,
Yeah.
how do we get Ray Dalio on your show? Because the guy makes total sense. If politicians would cut back 4% of their spending and we raised taxes, I think it was 3%, we could balance a budget. I mean, this guy is a genius. How do we get people like him when Donald Trump is done? How do we get someone of his grandeur and his smarts into power? I mean, we can't afford to go back to the Democrats. They're already doubling down in New York City. They're making a mess.
Because I think, Bob, what happens here is people who would make, this is only my guess here because you asked me, I think people who would make eminent sense on spending and taxes and asking people to tighten up, they don't want to have to deal with the social issues because, Bob, if Ray Dalio or anybody, this is why I think Mark Cuban doesn't get into it or anything. Okay, that's great. What do you think on abortion? I agree with you on taxes, but how do you feel on guns? And you know what I mean? What about the border? Oh, are you for turning innocent people away from this country? I just think that they just no, I can't do this.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Bob, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call, Bob. Thank you. Got to run a little tight here. Bob, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just think that. I mean, could you imagine if a Ray Dalio locally or somebody like Mark Cuban or even, I don't know, somebody nationally like you, they all have a specialty, whether it's technology, whether it's business. I mean, so many people on both sides of the aisle don't generally change or determine their vote maybe on tax policy or spending, because when you think about it, right, maybe one side or the other, hey, if the Democrats ever take over, they're going to raise taxes. Maybe they will. Maybe their top marginal rate will go to, 38, 39%? And what's the Republicans, 35, 36%? Now, I know 2 or 3% is billions of dollars. I understand that. But I think a lot of people are just kind of comfortable or dealing with their economic position in life to the fact that they really don't care about that stuff. But what they do care about are things like, the border. Reproductive health, as one side likes to call it, guns, international policy, whatever. We are in a really strange place politically now, although the shakeout of the Republican Party is I don't want to say almost done, but it's moving along. I mean, again, this started, when this started to happen 10 years ago, when who came down the golden staircase at Trump Tower there. And again, I say this all the time. I remember looking over my right shoulder to the TV in my bedroom that's at the foot of the bed, and it said, billionaire developer Donald Trump says he's running for the White House. And I went, that's great. Yeah, okay. But as our last caller, Bob, there mentioned, it's happening with the Democrats. I mean, look at New York City. The notion that they might actually elect New York City, who in the past, radical leftists were considered A-beam or Ed Koch. If this guy, Mamdani, gets elected, Ed Koch will look like Ronald W. Reagan. And the thing that frightens me about, now look, people vote for who they want to. I get it. I understand it. The thing that frightens me is that Mamdani's base are basically well-to-do young white people who I guess are voting for him out of a sense of guilt. I have no idea. And don't believe me. Look at the breakdown. Don't believe a thing I say about anything. Research it for yourself. Here you have a guy saying, well, we're going to make the buses free. He can't. It is virtually impossible for the mayor of New York City to do that. Well, we're going to have city-run grocery stores. Okay. Sounds interesting. And now all of a sudden, you're starting to see the coverage over the weekend. Well, they tried this in a couple of other cities. I think Kansas City tried it. Chicago may have tried it. And instead, when Rahm Emanuel was mayor of Chicago, they said, well, no, let's just get rid of the red tape and make it feasible to have major companies come in and do this. So it's not going to work. He's going to make X amount of people in the city eligible for rent control. No, you're not. You'll get tied up in court for 100 years. And then, of course, hey, we're still waiting for that news conference on the Intifada. That was the big news last week, right? He was going to. And he's in Africa for his wedding. I get it. I understand it. Whatever. Good luck to him and his new bride. But when you have to, look, I'm no political guru here, no Svengali. When you've got to have a news conference and keep releasing policy statements concerning the term Intifada, I think free buses are the least thing that people have to worry about.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south over 20 minutes from the 91 merge down to the Milford connector, all stemming from earlier issues that have been cleared. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden going down into the West Rock Tunnel. The Major Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the mid-90s. On Wednesday, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. A heat advisory will be in effect through midweek. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Wednesday, July 30th, Toto, Christopher Cross, and Men at Work at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 2nd, it's Nelly at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Friday, August 8th, you have a choice. Goo Goo Dolls and Dashboard Confessional at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, or Aloe Black playing Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, August 9th, Hanson is on the Mohegan Sun patio. Thursday, August 14th, Toad the Wet Sprocket, Katie Tunstall, and Sixpence None the Richer at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, August 17th, Dasha on the Mohegan Sun patio. Friday, August 22nd, Train plays Mohegan Sun Arena. Saturday, August 23rd, the band Perry at Ridgefield Playhouse. And Tuesday, August 26th, Bonnie Raitt at Mohegan Sun.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Email's always up and running if you want to email me with your thoughts or questions or maybe a suggested topic or two, local, state, national, worldwide. I appreciate it. Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul at voiceofct.com. That's Paul at voiceofct.com. You can text us as well. Same number that you call, 333-9422. Final text today on this Terrence Cheng thing. Hey, Paul, I'm losing my mind with this story. I'm ready to jump out of the window. I work 64 hours a week, and you got this guy sticking his hand in my pocket at the end of every week, and he's making $400K a year. I can't even believe this. Well, don't jump out the window. We love it.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. It is extremely hot across much of the nation again today. Meteorologist David Parkinson.
We've got 198 million people under some sort of heat alert from the northern plains into Florida and on up into New England.
CBS's Jim Krasula reports.
More than half of the nation's population is under heat alerts, with many places from the plains to the East Coast in for temperatures that feel as hot as 115 degrees. These construction workers are trying to cope with the heat in Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
We drink lots of water, take frequent breaks, look out for each other, find AC when we can, stuff like that.
We usually keep 5 gallons of water at all times. That's what we got to do.
The extreme heat in the east is expected to break by the end of the week. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
In Scotland, President Trump met with the British Prime Minister today and said he wants more aid for Gaza.
We're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it.
The UN's Tom Fletcher says it will take time to bring Gaza back from the brink.
We need a sustained period of delivery, weeks, months, to build up, to stop that starvation and build up the supplies again.
CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Starvation doesn't end when the eating starts again, and if we've learned anything from history, it's this. The longer hunger is allowed to go on, the deeper those wounds will run and the harder they will be to heal.
Israel is pausing some military operations while aid is brought into Gaza, but some of it is being offloaded by desperate crowds before it reaches its destination. Trump today also shortened his deadline for Russian President Vladimir Putin to end the war in Ukraine.
And I'm going to reduce that 50 days that I gave him to a lesser number because I think I already know the answer what's going to happen.
Trump said Putin now has 10 to 12 days starting today. There's been a deadly accident at a Miami sailing camp. Matt Piper reports.
At least 2 children were killed and 2 others were critically injured after a barge struck their sailboat. It happened near Hibiscus Island in Miami Beach. The Coast Guard says when the barge hit the sailboat, the 5 children and 1 adult on board were thrown into the water. The sailboat, part of the Miami Youth Sailing Foundation, sank following the impact.
The sailing camp is for kids age 7